Morning everyone, welcome to Falkirk Council meeting, Wednesday 26th of June. This is the final council meeting before the recess. The agenda was issued last Tuesday, the 18th of June, and hard copies were available to members at the Foundry last Tuesday. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. Today's meeting has a full agenda and I'm hopeful that business can be completed today if members are disciplined in their interventions. As chair of the meeting, I'll look to ensure fair debate, but this will be balanced by a need to deal with the business at hand. In debates, I will be strict and ask members to stick to the allocated time. Also want to remind members of a need to behave in a respectful manner to each other and to officers. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. Perhaps it could be said that we can disagree agreeably. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. And additionally, this meeting is taking place during a UK general election period, and I'm keen that this meeting focuses on local issues. Members should not use the meeting for general election purposes. And I would ask all members to take note of that. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and intend to vary the order of business to best manage the business conducted. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen, and I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it's your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, you may miss your opportunity to speak. And members joining remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. So before we start, all members and officers should check now that the mobile phones are switched off or on silent during this meeting. Before I turn to the business at hand, I want to mark the retirement of Leslie O'Hare from the Council. And as members will know, Jack Frolley is also leaving the Council shortly, Friday I believe, and I'll return to this at the end of the meeting. So I'd just like to make a few comments about Leslie. Leslie's been in the council or local government since 1988, and she previously worked in local authorities such as Derbyshire County Council and Dunfermline and District Council, then Falkirk Council and Stirling Council. She began her career at Falkirk Council as Cultural Service Project Manager from the 8th of November 2004 until the Community Trust transfer on 30th of June 2011. She then became Culture and Libraries Manager from the 1st of July 2011 to 31st of May 2022, when the Trust transferred back in-house. From the 1st of April 2022 to the present, she is Culture and Green Space Manager. Her official retirement date is Wednesday, 31st of July. I know Leslie is passionate and dedicated to cultural matters, and I know she'll be disappointed she'll not be in the council when the new town hall is opened. And I've had many conversations with her on the town hall and many cultural aspects. We have the Grangemouth Museum store as well, and we've discussed that heritage and the future of it. Clearly, heritage and arts is very close to her heart, and I'm sure we'll be able to invite her to the opening of the new town hall. So Leslie, we thank you for your service to Falkirk Council. We wish you well in your retirement, and I'm sure you'll find many cultural and other activities to do. And I'll just go to the group leaders for any comment they'd like to make.
Provost. I would concur with your comments and would want to wish Leslie the very best in her retirement. Leslie has taken been involved with the council in some really significant projects, the Kelpies in particular, and more recently the Kelpies 10, and actually that particular event, which went very well, and has been an amazing support in promoting Falkirk as a whole in the culture and tourism aspects of it. But she's also was integral over the last few years in helping the Project Community Trust reintegrate back into the council and helping that to go so smoothly and without people like Leslie at the helm there, and helping to manage the staff and the relationships. I'm not sure we would have had such a smooth transition there. She's also brought an awful lot of expertise and knowledge, and particularly her contacts. She has contacts all over the world, but also very much locally. Some of the local artists that she has been able to connect with again and bring their work to Falkirk so that we can celebrate the achievements locally has been quite fantastic. And cannot say thank you to Leslie without acknowledging that the management of her team has been exemplary, and bringing some really critical people to the council, but very professional people with a lot of knowledge, skills, and she's done a great job in recruiting as she's left the council in good hands. So I wish her very much a happy retirement, to enjoy her house in Spain. Once she's finally done all the works to it. But the fact that she's not that far away and living from Falkirk, I'm sure she will visit regularly and maintain the contacts, and would be delighted to attend the opening of the new town hall. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Well said. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Having only been a councillor for the last 2 years, I'm not as familiar with Leslie's history as the Provost, you Provost, and the council leader. However, she's clearly been a very, very valuable member of staff for a number of years, working hard in the area of the development of the cultural life of the Falkirk Council area. I hope that she has a very happy retirement, and I'm sure she will be back to see us on a number of occasions. So thank you, Leslie, for your hard work, and wishing you all the best in your retirement.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. I'll now go to Ballycare.
It's not great when you come in after another 3 people. But I'd just like to concur with the previous speaker's Provost. Leslie has given a lot to this council over the years that she's been there, and a big part of that was when the trust, and through her efforts, when the trust came back in the council, there was a lot of transformation, a lot of communication needed for that, and her and her team were inspirational in that. So like everybody else who's retired for the council, we wish them luck and health and happiness, and hope that she has many years to enjoy our retirement.
Thanks very much, Ballycare. Now, Councillor Spears.
Yes, Leslie and I joined the council some 37 years ago, in 1988 at the same time. It was a pleasure as chairman of Heritage and Tourism to work with Leslie, especially on some major projects like the Antonine Wall project, World Heritage status, the Wheel, the Kelpies, the Helix, and every event in between. And up to the recent date, she's been very helpful with the family visit, our great patron Robert Dollar, who are coming to celebrate the 100 years of Dollar Park. Leslie, you have been involved in everything that's been good for Falkirk. And the people respect the work that you've done. We respect the help that you've given to tourism in Falkirk, and I wish you every bit of the best for in the future. So take care, Leslie, and I'm no doubt we'll see you, and you'll be at many events in the future.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Mr Moody for the sentiment.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Anslow. Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Bailey Buchanan.
Present.
Councillor Bundy.
Here.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Bailey Kerr,
Yep.
Councillor McCabe,
Councillor McCabe will come in a wee bit later. Had an urgent appointment.
thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Meikle-John,
Present.
Councillor Murtagh,
Unsure.
Councillor Nimmo,
Present.
Councillor Patterson,
Present.
Councillor Patrick,
Present.
Councillor Redmond, Councillor Ritchie,
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
I should say apologies are submitted by Councillor Robertson, Councillor Spears
Present.
and Councillor Steinbach.
Present. Thanks, Mr Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declaration of interest? No. Agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 27th of March 2024, pages 5 to 21 on your agenda papers. Can we agree that minute?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 3B, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on 23rd of April 2024, pages 22 to 23 on your agenda papers. Can we agree that minute?
Agreed.
Thank you. 3C, volume of minutes, volume 4, 23-24, and information bulletin, volume 4, 23-24. Any questions on any of these? Bailey Kerr.
Probably no any questions specific, Provost, but in 5 items, page 32, regarding the care package, page 35, insurance, page 40, electricity, page 41, care provision, and 59. I've got probably one in the 59, waste. All that comes to 400 million quid. And there's nobody batted an eyelid about spending 400 million. I don't know if we were getting visual of these previous when it went up a certain amount. I can't, unless I've missed it. But there's one there for waste on page 59. I would like to ask whoever's on for waste. I can't remember it being as much as that. 34 million quid for curbside recycling of glass, food waste and absorbed hygiene products.
Okay, would you like an answer on that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Benny, would you like to take that?
Could I pass that to Provost? Could I pass that to Douglas Gardner? But could I just get the page reference as well?
59.
Okay, Mr. Gardner.
Morning, Provost. Yeah, happy to come in on that one. So, Bailey Kerr, you'll recall that there was a number of reports that went up to executive between 2022 and 2023 on the deposit return scheme.
Yeah.
And in the last paper that went up, I believe it was October 2023, there was a recommendation that was accepted by executive to retain the black box collection service, and that contract, the reference is in the back of that agreement.
I understand that, Douglas, and I can remember all the dates that you're talking about. But 34 million quid. Is that what it costs?
To put that into context, Bailey Kerr, yeah, that's a 10-year contract, so that's over a period of 10 years.
Okay, thanks. That's what as far as to ask questions. So
the other one was just
thanks for your answer, Douglas.
So your other one, just an observation.
Just an observation.
Okay. Okay, I'll bring Mr. Moody in.
Thank you, Provost. And just maybe to add to what Mr. Gardner is saying, to emphasise the point that these very high values often represent the fact that they are multi-year contracts, and where they exceed 7.5 million, our system is that they will go to the executive for a pre-consideration report. So that will have happened in each of these cases.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 4, rolling action log, and I should say questions should be restricted to the comment section and should not be used to introduce new discussion or open previous debate. And I'll go to Mr. Moody to go through the rolling action log.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log records previous decisions of Council where a further report is called for. It gives an expected reporting date and an explanation as to progress. And as you say, Provost, the rolling action log is available for questions.
Okay, no questions. Agenda item 5, referral from Executive Treasury Management Strategy 24-25, and we'll go to Ms. Templeman for that.
Thank you, Provost. The report presented today is the Treasury Management Strategy for 24-25, and that paper has already been considered by the Executive in April this year and referred to Council for full approval. As I noted at Executive, this is a comprehensive and complex document, and I'd like to thank Caroline McGill and her team for all their hard work in producing the strategy. And also in February, Caroline arranged Treasury Management training for members, which was delivered by Link, and this session was scheduled to support members' decision-making in this area. As this report's already been considered by Executive and reflects the information in the capital budgets that were approved in February and March, I won't cover the report in detail and instead just focus on the broader economic environment. So section 6 of the report on page 33 includes some economic information. Gross domestic product growth is expected to be low in 2024, and it remains to be seen how markets will react following the general election. And as a reminder for members, the health of the UK economy has a direct relationship to the rate that PWLB will levy for new borrowing, and that's the main source of long-term borrowing for local authorities. Whilst inflation has reduced to 2%, the Bank of England base rate remains at 5.25%, and that's because core inflation, which doesn't include food or energy prices, was 3.5% in May, with inflation in the services section sitting at 5.7%, and both of those are higher than the target. So the Bank of England is currently trying to balance the inflationary pressures with the potential for sustained interest rates to dampen economic growth. And most forecasters are now anticipating a base rate change in autumn, but the Bank of England will have their Monetary Policy Committee and weigh up all those factors and make that decision. So I've highlighted that area because the rates that we borrow at have an impact on our revenue budget for 24-25 and beyond. And members are aware that the Council has a rising need to borrow, and that's reflected in our General Fund and HRA capital programmes. The Treasury strategy notes that a flexible approach to borrowing is therefore required, and we do continue to liaise with our Treasury advisors Link before any borrowing is undertaken. Finally, members should note paragraph 8.6 at the bottom of page 38, and that notes that the Scottish Government issued a consultation on amendments to the Local Authority Capital Financing and Accounting Scotland Regulations 2016 at the end of last year. It is anticipated revised regulations will come into force, and that will impact on how loans fund debt is repaid for loans fund advances from the 1st of April 2024. But at this time, we've got no final guidance or regulations. And once we have that, we will have to bring an update to members on that and to set out the impact of those changes. So those are the main things that I just wanted to flag up in this report, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Temple. We'll now go to Councillor Michael John. Do you have a motion?
The motion is the paper, Provost, and I'm happy to move the paper as is. Our treasury management strategy is critical to ensuring that the council continue to meet its financial obligations through cash management, our revenue budget, but also the borrowing for our capital. And the treasury management strategy has become a critical risk management tool for the council, as Mrs. Templeman has detailed there. Well, we've seen the interest rates fall, and there continues to be a challenging financial climate, which is still volatile due to the global national impacts. Therefore, there's a need to remain cautious around borrowing, which will result in continuing with short-term arrangements for some time yet until there's more confidence in the market. Thus, that makes it very challenging to be able to plan for the longer term, knowing that we have the need for significant capital investments, and that will have to be managed carefully in order to ensure the affordability of it. Paper's been before the executive and agreed. Therefore, I would move the recommendations for council to agree, and just thank the team for all the work that they have put into this, because treasury management has become a key development area, and much more information is required in order to give members the comfort that our decisions around our financial management is being managed effectively as a council, and that's why it may well be a dry subject, but it's a really important subject in order to be able to maintain that stability that we have within the council. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. As it's already been through the executive, I will formally second the leader of the council and reserve the right to come back in.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. So I'll go to Councillor Hannah to see if she has an amendment or comment.
We have no amendments, just our thanks to Amanda and to the other officers who have brought this forward and have done such a huge amount of work on it, and thanks to them also for their patience with which they provide briefings and provide information to ensure that we understand the complexity of what they're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. I'll go to Bailey Kerr.
No amendments, Provost. As the leaders already stated, it was at executive and fully went through all the aspects of it, and it's quite happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
We have no amendments, but like the other group leaders, I'd like to thank the team that worked on this very complex subject. I think everybody knows we're living in very difficult times, and getting that message over is almost as difficult as trying to get through the reports that we get to read. So just a huge thanks to the team for the big effort and work that they've put in.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll now go to the other independents to see if they have any amendment. Councillor Murtagh? No. Billy Buchanan? No. Councillor Ritchie? Okay. Okay, so we've had the motion moved and seconded. We'll just open up for any comments anyone else wants to make. Not. Can we agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, best value Falkirk Council, pages 57 to 84 on your agenda papers, and there's a report by Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and morning, everyone. This report presents the best value report for Falkirk Council, and really it comprises of two elements. The first is the Controller of Audit report based on the 2022-23 annual audit, and then the second element of the findings of the Accounts Commission from its meeting held on the 18th of April, and the overall report was published on the 2nd of May. So, without doubt, this is the most positive best value report that Falkirk has received, and reference is made in the Accounts Commission findings to substantial improvements since the best value assurance review of 2022. And of course, elected members have received a number of reports on the work done to address the findings of that previous review since then. The findings include a number of positive comments about delivering savings, about transformational change, about collaborative leadership, and about performance reporting. But it's also very clear about the need to build on this work. The actions are still required, and all of that, of course, in the context of the scale of the challenge ahead of us, not least in terms of financial sustainability. So I think overall, from an officer perspective, it's considered that the judgments contained in the report and the overall findings give a fair and balanced assessment of the Council's performance at this point. Our response to the audit set out in Appendix 2 is an updated best value action plan, which takes account of the findings and the various issues raised in the Controller of Audit's report. The action plan is based on the plan presented to the Audit Committee in November of 2023, following the best value thematic review of leadership. So, and I think the improvement themes will be familiar to elected members. I'm not going to go into the details of the proposed actions, but clearly happy to discuss any aspect of that with elected members. In relation to the recommendations, as set out, it asks the Council to note the best value improvement action plan. And whilst this is an update of a pre-existing action plan, I think it's probably more appropriate that I would ask Council to approve the best value improvement action plan. And myself and my colleagues are happy to deal with any questions the elected members might have on the back of this report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lawrie. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Mr. Lawrie for that overview. And looking at the Best Value Report of 2022 and the Improvement Action Plan that was put in place, it's clear that there has been significant progress despite the challenges faced both by local government but also across the public sector. And just to highlight a couple of the areas from the report where improvement has been seen. One particular is around that financial sustainability. Previously, that there had been reliance on one-off savings to bridge the budget gap, and more work needed to be done to transform the services. Council of the Future Board needed to be able to give more confidence in delivering on that transformation. And that is the key areas that we have been working on along with officers over the period. It's also to be noted that a number of areas where decision making had stalled or was stuck has been able to move forward. The example being of the strategic property review and allowing those savings to be made that are recurring rather than reliance on one-off savings. The new performance dashboard, Falkirk, has been developed to measure and monitor all services and bring consistency across the council. However, that data that needs to be used effectively to drive that improvement, and again, that is recognised within the Best Value report. Leadership and collaboration between members and officers and members has been improved, and one area of that has been improved is officer briefing sessions that are critical to be able to sharing information, and I think more members would benefit from attending some of those briefings. I do appreciate that there's pressures on people's time, but often officers are giving their time and not a lot of members are attending. The importance of consultation has been highlighted, and while it's been acknowledged that consultation is being carried out, the manner in which it's done was variable across the council. And since the initial audit in 2022, the online platform Participate Plus has been introduced, and a set of principles are being developed for services. The work of the Policy Development Panel, which is responsible for developing the participation strategy, is ongoing and has still to report, and will do before the end of the year. Time taken to do that is really to recognise that we need to give time to engage with the community for their views during the development of the strategy. And while that may appear limited in order to have the strategy on the table, wider consultation in the next phase on the draft published strategy will take place and allow a much wider opportunity to feed into that. The Improvement Action Plan that was put in place following the 2022 Best Value Report has been updated, and that includes the recommendations from the thematic review, all of which have been accepted as areas for further improvement. Plans will be further developed to address those areas and reported back to members to support that continuous improvement journey. It's a good and fair report by the auditors, which has been acknowledged by the Commission. It recognises the progress that has been made and welcomes the awareness by the Council that there is still more to be done in order to reach that financial sustainability and demonstrate delivery of performance. As it's stated in page 68, the Council has made progress in each of the best value improvement recommendations from the previous report, but further work required in some areas. This is in line with the Council's own assessment. In the recent meeting with the Commissioners, they commended our self-awareness and desire to improve. It is, however, important that we follow through on all of that in order to be able to sustain and deliver critical services to our communities. I therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 and would ask members to approve the best value improvement plan as suggested by the Chief Executive. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael. John, do you have a seconder?
Yes, Provost, happy to second and agree with what's both been said, the Chief Exec and the Council Leader.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah to see if there's an amendment.
I have no amendments, but I do think there is a slight irony in a good best value review at a time when our financial sustainability is possibly at the worst position that it has been in years. But I do want to say that a big thank you to all the officers who have worked so hard to achieve this improvement in the tone of the best value review, because clearly there's a great deal of work has been done to improve the work that's going on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. It is heartening that the results say that the best value, and there is some real positive outcomes that's come out the best value audit. There are, however, some aspects that we need to work on, and I'm sure that the recommendations in this is where the improvements need to happen, and hopefully that we can deliver these aspirations going forward. As I already stated, there has been some big decisions that have been taken recently, which have taken the Council forward. We think some have been really difficult decisions. However, our group understands the importance to work with how to be pragmatic, and we'll work with any group or any individual that brings the best outcome for the people of Falkirk. So really pleased to receive this report, and hopefully we can work together to deliver the best value in the years to come. Thanks, Provost.
Hello, can those online hear me?
Yes, yes, Provost.
Okay, thank you.
You're mute again, Provost.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Spears, do you happen to have an amendment on the best value or any comment?
I'll start with our comment. I think it's generally known to the public at large, our constituents that we represent, that the council's cut to the bone, and times are extremely difficult, and cuts are being made. People are up in arms in a lot of cases, especially on some of our facilities. We live in very, very difficult times, but as you said, we can't be political at this particular meeting due to Purda with the general election. I think we live in interesting times, and I think we're going to see a lot of future discussion on how we take this council forward and how we take people with us, or if we don't take people with us. But at present, my group does not have any amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll just go to the independents for comment. Oh, I've done that already, sorry. So we'll just open up for discussion if anybody's got any comments they'd like to ask the Chief Executive on the best value report. Okay, so the recommendations are Council is asked to approve. Mr. Lawrie changed that word, so it's approve the Accounts Commission's findings from the Controller of Audit statutory report on best value in Falkirk Council and approve the best value improvement action plan update. Can we agree with recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agenda item 7, proposed integration of children's and justice social work services with Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership, pages 85 to 95 in your agenda papers, and it's a report by the Chief Executive, Mr. Lawrie.
Thank you, Provost. So in September 2023, the Council considered a report on the management structure, the Council's management structure, and agreed subject to consultation to implement a revised structure. The report outlined the significant transformational change required for education in particular over the coming years, and also the potential synergies of linking children's social work and justice services into the Health and Social Care Partnership. Following that, in December of last year, the Council considered and agreed a recommendation to change the Director of Children's Services post to a Director of Education post to provide increased support for the education function at a critical time and ensure focus on transformational change across the education service. And that report recommended that work be progressed to enable a decision to be taken on the integration of Children's Services social work to the Health and Social Care Partnership, with that integration, were it to happen, to take place no later than April 2025. It was noted that considerable consultation would be required as part of this process, and suggested that a further report be submitted in due course for the Council to consider the matter further. Today's report provides an overview of the work that is being taken forward to fully explore the proposal and outlines the benefits and the challenges and the next steps, all of which have been informed by consultation with various stakeholders and have contributed to the recommendations in the report. The report also sets out the current position in relation to the National Care Service and the timelines and progress in relation to the National Care Services Bill. It references work done by CELSIS, that's the Centre for Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, at the request of Scottish Government to improve the understanding of current children's services structures and delivery models and how services can support the needs of children, young people and their families. All of this is informing the work of the Integration Programme Board, which has been set up to lead on this project for the Council. It is jointly chaired by the IGB Chief Officer and Head of Children's and Justice Social Work Services, and the work of the Programme Board and its subgroups dealing with governance, workforce, finance and communications and engagement is set out in the report, along with an outline of the potential benefits of the integration proposal and some of the challenges associated with it. The report also details the consultation work done with staff, trade unions and stakeholders. The recommendations are set out at section 2 of the report, and I'd specifically highlight the third and fourth recommendation for members' attention. I'm happy to take questions, and both Sarah Lacey and Gail Woodcock, and indeed Martin Tom, are on the call today to help deal with the more detailed questions that members may have. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. And now go to Councillor Michael John to move the motion.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to say a huge amount in relation to this, as there has been two very comprehensive briefings carried out to members on this. But I do think what has been helpful is to get an update on where the National Care Service development is, and there is no impediment to the Council in taking this proposal forward if we so wish to do so in the future. It also will not detract to any further change that will come forward. What is important, though, is that there's no decision to move services at this stage, and it's purely an update on what work's taken place. Members have had the comprehensive briefings on the work that's taken place with the services involved to date, and essentially we're seeking approval to continue the work towards that plan and give an evidence-based decision that can be taken. Part of the work that has taken place, or the part of the additional work that is intended to take place, will be carry out engagement with service users, staff and trade unions, which I think is quite important. And the Council has managed to demonstrate that we can manage the organisational change, the example being the bringing back in of Falkirk Community Trust into the Council, and the same principles are particularly around engagements being used to ensure that the process is managed effectively, taking people along with the change, because we all know that change can be very difficult and can create anxiety and uncertainty, and we want to mitigate the impacts that it actually has, particularly during any transitional periods. However, the proposal does have a number of advantages. Those are highlighted in section 5.10, which includes better transitional arrangements from children's services to adult care, and a real opportunity for professional development opportunities for staff as we redesign services to affect the better outcomes for the service users. 5.11 quite rightly details some of the challenges. However, we should be mindful of those challenges would be present irrespective of any organisational change going forward, such as the budget pressures, transformational change, and we need to work to mitigate the impact of those irrespective of any way forward. The report also acknowledges that at this time there's no proposal to reduce the budget in relation to the transfer of services. They would transfer over with the existing budget in order to be able to maintain the service levels going forward. I think there's been a huge amount of work and dedication of the integration team to do the best to make a proposal such as this work, and give all the information that is needed to elected members to have comfort in that this is potentially the right transition, and we also recognise it will take time in order to do that, as it did with the organisation around the Falkirk Community Trust. So I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report and just thank everybody for the work that they've carried out in delivering this, because it is multifaceted and it's across partnerships.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. You have a seconder? Councillor Frolley.
I'm happy to second and reserve the right.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll go to Councillor Hannah, see if she has an amendment.
We have no amendments, and I'm very happy to see the detail of the work that's going on in this, and the consultation that's going on with staff and stakeholders. It's a major piece of work, and I want to commend the management team for the work that they're doing on it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. As it had been stated, this is a position that we're saying be ready for it, because this could happen. So I'm glad the paper has come. The position of the Children's Justice and Social Work isn't going to decrease. It's only going to be more, and I think about all the debates that all politicians have and about our health reports and throwing money to it isn't the answer. And it's about getting the things right. A lot of it's about getting it before it comes to this. So I'm glad that we've took the pragmatic look and bring this report forward, and I'm sure we'll be updated when anything comes forward in the future. Provost, thank you.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. I'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Social work, one of the biggest departments in the council, one of our biggest spends. If this will help not improve the service, but move the service forward, and if it can move forward with the consent of the people, then that's all to the good. But we will watch this with great interest because it affects almost everybody within our communities. So at present, I look forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll now go to the independent councillors to see if they have any amendments or comments. No. I'll just open it up for any discussion by any other members. No. Okay, so a motion moved and seconded. Can we agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 8, council membership. And we'll go to Mr. Moody for this.
Thank you, Provost. And I think all members of the council will be aware that Councillor Robertson has been unable to attend meetings in recent months due to ill health. One of the aspects of the legislation which governs local government in Scotland is that if a member is unable to attend for a period of 6 months, then they face the prospect of losing their seat. But that is unless the council has approved the absence. And one of the reasons for approving such an absence would be the situation which arises here, which is due to ill health. That's consistent, Provost, with the precedents which the council has adopted in the past. It has been universal practice in this situation to agree a leave of absence in this situation. So the recommendation is, as at paragraph 2, to approve the leave of absence from meetings and to agree to review the position at the October meeting. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Meekins.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to move the report, and I don't want to say too much and make it too personal in relation to Councillor Robertson, but his health has been very challenging, but he is making a slow recovery, and we would hope that he would be able to come back very soon. So we welcome the opportunity to be able to extend his leave of absence and to allow him to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Hannah?
Do you not need a seconder first?
Give me the second one. Okay, have you got a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. No amendment whatsoever, and simply wish to wish Councillor Robertson a very, very speedy recovery.
Billy Kerr?
No amendment, Provost. As some people know, I've knew Jim all my life, and I wish him all the best. I'm glad we've took the pragmatic view of this, because it can happen to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it just shows you that this council, I've got people who have got the views, share that view. I don't know if it had been like that a few years ago or many years ago, but certainly I'm glad that it's taking that direction.
Okay, thanks, Billy Kerr. Councillor Spears?
Yeah, having been in this position myself once before, under slightly different circumstances, I've been called up to go to Iraq to fight. and was away for more than 6 months. I think in these types of decisions, the council is usually very pragmatic, and we've got to understand that this, as Bailey Kerr said, could happen to anybody. Jim is a great guy, and I wish him all the very best in the future, so I have certainly no objections.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll just go to the independent councillors if they've got any amendments or comment. Okay, so
I would just like to wish Councillor Robertson a speedy recovery, and obviously a fellow Salmon person. It'll be good to see him back in operation.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Brown. I think everybody in the council would wish Jim well, and hopefully he'll have a speedy recovery and return to the council and take part in the meetings as he did in the past. So we wish him well, and if you're listening at all, Jim, we wish you well for the future. So can we agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
So agenda item 9, standing orders review. We'll take a short recess here because there are a number of amendments that might like to be discussed. Say 15 minutes.
Fine.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're at agenda item 9, standing orders review. We've just had a short recess to discuss amendments. And it's pages 100 to 197 on your agenda papers. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And as members will know, this is the third report in our review of the Council's standing orders. There has been a very full discussion of the principles that underlie the review at the December meeting of Council, which followed on the work undertaken by the Standing Orders Working Group. There was further discussion at the Council's March meeting to agree some of the practical issues before the standing orders were redrafted. This report is the third iteration of this process, which places before you the revised and redrafted standing orders for your consideration and hopefully approval. In terms of the changes that have been made, these are set out in paragraph 5 of the report. It sets out the basic change that is being made and refers you then to the standing order, which is changing as a consequence of the change which has been agreed. The version of the standing orders in Appendix 1 has tracked changes in it so that members can see the changes that have been made. But in Appendix 2, there are also clean copies of the standing orders as amended to allow for easier reading. In addition to the changes which have been agreed at the previous meetings, at 5.2, there is a further change which is recommended to you, and it's in relation to the approval of the annual accounts, and it empowers the Audit Committee to approve the final accounts rather than the dual process of Audit Committee and Council being required. And I think that's consistent with the previous decisions which have been made by Council to try and streamline processes where there has been more than one body required to consider a particular matter. And further one, which is, I suppose, a tidying up rather than anything else to reflect the current position as it stands, is just to reflect the fact that it is no longer a requirement to have an independent non-councillor convener of the Audit Committee. So this reflects the current position where Councillor Anslow is the convener. So those are the changes recommended to the standing orders. Provost, there are two other matters which are raised within the report. One of the consequences of the new committee structure is to merge the two scrutiny committees. So a decision will need to be taken as to who is the convener of the merged scrutiny committee. That can't be a member of the administration, and that's the restriction in relation to the appointment. The third matter raised is that there's a new statutory office which requires to be appointed to, which is the Council's Chief Planning Officer, and you're invited to designate the post of Planning and Environment Manager as the Council's Chief Planning Officer. That's currently held by Richard Broadley. So, Provost, I return back to the recommendations. These are set out in paragraph 2, and I'll pause there to see if there are any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Provost, and I will just restrict speaking to the motion. I'm aware that there are amendments, and I'll speak to them separately. I think we have gone through a process, and we have a new decision-making process, and I think we need to remember why we have that decision-making process, and it's important that it be done smoothly and swiftly in order to be able to keep the council business going, and that's why part of the changes and the amalgamations of the various committees made sense in going forward. I think there's been a huge amount of work by Mr. Moody's team to make those amendments, and I don't profess to understand every single word of the standing orders, but they are there to help and govern the management of the council and to do it in a sensible and pragmatic way to allow that decision making to take place. So I'm happy to move the report as is, and more than happy to designate the planning environment manager post holder as the council's chief planning officer, and will leave the appointment of the convener of scrutiny to the opposition.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder? Hey, Councillor Bush.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second the Leader of the Council and all the points she's covered. I'm going to cover on specifically one. I, at the moment, chair the Appeals Committee, and I agree with the change in that standing order to remove the hybrid format. If any appointee, employee or union representative comes forward, I, as long as I am convener of that committee, will be as fair as I can be with them and under whatever circumstances they come. So with that, I'll just repeat that I second Leader of the Council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Hanlon, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. Like the Leader of the Council, I know that there is an amendment coming up that we'll be discussing later, so I won't make any comment on that at the moment. But in terms of the recommendations as are there, I would definitely be agreeing the designation of the Planning and Environment Manager as post holder, and I would like to nominate Provost Bissett as the convener of the Scrutiny Committee.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Hanlon. We'll now go to Bellicare.
Like everybody else, convener, Provost, with regards to the appointment of the convener of scrutiny and Mr. Broadley, quite happy to go ahead with that. And if laboured in the mind, I'll second that nomination for yourself, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Bellicare. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Yeah, as you know, there is an amendment coming up, and Councillor McCabe will no doubt speak to that. As for Richard Broadley, a great officer for this council, and have no hesitation, and we have no objections to the Scrutiny Committee new chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. And now go to the independent councillors for see if there's any amendments. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I do have an amendment which was circulated yesterday, and before I move that, I probably as well have questions to ask. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other amendments? Okay. So. Okay. Councillor Murtagh, if you'd just like to address the council on with your questions, please.
Thanks, Provost. I suppose the question I have, it kind of relates to what is in my amendment, but it's a specific question for Mr. Moody in terms of the drafting of the standing orders as we've seen before it. And it involves, as he said, in their December meeting, we had a very extensive discussion, and I say, colleagues, I have no intention of going back over the extensive discussion that we had then, but there was an amendment agreed in the drafting, which related to the rights of any councillor. I'll just read what was agreed. It said it was about the part between question time and debate time being established, but what was agreed was that any elected member is free to participate, and it went on towards the end of that to say, including in circumstances where there was no division on the item at its introduction to the meeting. And it's just that my amendment, the last point in my amendment, very much follows on the spirit of that, and we did agree that, and I'm not sure why in the draft and the standing orders we have a situation where we have a part that says it's only group leaders that would be able to explain why an amendment wasn't being moved, because I thought that would have what we agreed would have encompassed that at all points in that process any member would be free to participate. So it was just to tidy that up, because that's where that last part of my amendment has come in.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Provost, that's not my recollection or understanding of what was agreed, but perhaps during the course of the debate, I'll go back and check it again and come back again on that point directly to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, Councillor Murtagh?
No, it was just really on that point. Thank you, Provost. If it's appropriate, I can move my amendment now.
Okay.
As I say, I don't wish to prolong the council's time, and I know what Councillor Meikle-John said about not understanding or perhaps having a love for every part of standing orders, and maybe I disagree slightly in terms of that love of the clauses that we have, but I realise not everybody does. What I've put forward really is a kind of logical extension from the previous debate, and the most substantive, I suppose, would be in terms of the time that we have to discuss the committee business. And while I agree with much of what was said in the best value report paper earlier on, I do think we still have some way to go in the manner in which we conduct business. And I think in particular, the amount of time which councillors have in order to review the business at hand. Often, as we know, we get papers with many hundreds of pages. And often as well, I think where I agree that the briefings that we get are excellent. And it's great to have officers be able to provide us with the detailed analysis of what's coming forward. Quite often what happens, because we only have this very short time frame, is that the briefing can be given prior to us seeing the papers. And while that might head off some questions and alarm of what might be coming up so that we're prepared, what it doesn't allow for is the ability to really understand the in-depth matters that come before us, because we don't actually have what the proposals will be. And I can recall many occasions where we've been said, well, what will come forward in the papers, and you'll see this detail in the papers, and this will be explained in the papers. But by the time we've actually had the briefing before we get the detail, it doesn't always allow for proper analysis and discussion. But mainly where I feel, and today might be a case in point, when we get papers with such a short time frame in advance, there isn't always the time to analyse and discuss within that what really can sometimes be 2 or 3 days, getting to grips with the detail, discuss it with, if you're in a group, discuss it with your groups, with your colleagues, come forward with potentially some amendments, but then also have the ability to discuss with our other colleagues and other groups where we might be going with amendment, to try to find some sort of consensus ahead of time. And that quite often leads to recess after recess, which I'm sure everybody does find tedious, as we try and find some common ground in discussion. And I really do feel that it would be beneficial to have more time for councillors to be able to properly get to grips with the details so that we can be making quality decisions. So that's the first of the clauses within my amendment. The second clause really to try to amend is just to also follow that if we are extending that time, and I've suggested to have 10 clear days instead of 5. If we are extending that time, I think what would be greatly beneficial is to have, rather than just the amendments in less than 24 hours before, to have that one further day in advance, in order that we can see what all groups are proposing. There can be discussion about, between the groups to try to, come forward with the best solution for the actual passage of the meeting. And then again, perhaps we could both get quality decisions and, remove the need for one recess after another as different amendments are put forward. And I think if you have an extension of the time to 10 days, it would be eminently sensible. If we're going to have an advance, the cat's out of the bag already, there's not that need for secrecy. Let's have a usable amount of time in which proper discussion can take place. So that's where the second point comes in. The third point, I think, is a very logical extension of what has already been changed within the standing orders, to say that the pupil and care experienced representatives should have the right for substitution, which I completely agree with. But I don't see why it's there then fair or logical to say that parents and staff wouldn't have that right. And I think that if we can think about the incredibly important things which may be coming forward in our education division of the new executive, where parents may wish to input. If, for example, on the day or the day before there were circumstances where that particular parent who was nominated wasn't able to come because their child was ill or there was some other circumstances, or indeed as a volunteer they couldn't get the day off work, why that should mean that all parent representatives would not be able to then attend. There would be no place on the committee just because that one person wasn't able to attend. Similarly with staff, they may have situations where they have something very crucial in the teaching timetable that they cannot get that time away, and I don't think it's fair to say it has to be that person or no one. So it's just to extend the right of substitution in those sorts of circumstances. Excuse me, and I don't think that should really be a problem or cause any difficulty. As I said, the last amendment, as I said in my question, the last part of the amendment is really to do with the fact that as councillors, we're all elected individually, and when we vote on roll call, we don't vote with our group, and indeed circumstances may arise where Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Garner will move and second something, and if they so wished, Councillor Bowes and Councillor Devine could move something else or could move a further amendment. We don't just restrict the ability of one position per group, although that is the custom. And I think that in circumstances where we have a situation that there might be consensus across the council that there's no point in bringing forward an amendment if we know it's going to be defeated, but there might be very strongly held views from a local member that their community do not support a particular proposal and that they wish to be able to say, look, I can't bring forward an amendment, I'm unable to do so. However, on this occasion, I disagree, and that might be contrary to their own group. Or it might not. It might be that a group can see that they don't have a majority for bringing something forward. But I think it's important that it's not just the group leader that is afforded that ability. And as I say, I thought that the clause that we passed previously would have encompassed that, because it encompassed other parts of that principle, that it isn't just group leaders that should be speaking. And I think that it is important, although it wouldn't, I don't think, arise very often, and certainly I don't think members would be taking that opportunity lightly. But as I said previously, I don't think it's the business of council to be preventing members to be exercising.
A minute left,
Yep.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. As I say, I don't think it's the business of council to be regulating what internal group rules are. And I think, as we see later on in the agenda, we're being asked to continually think about, how do we widen representation? How do we make sure that all members feel able, members of our communities feel able to participate? And I think that ensuring that all members understand that they are valued individually and we all have an individual role to play in thinking for ourselves and speaking for ourselves, that's important. So as I say, I'd be grateful if Mr Moody can perhaps check back himself on that, but I'm proposing it entirely consistently with where I feel what was agreed before, and that's the basis of my amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder?
Should have.
Sorry, Provost. Happy to second Councillor Murtagh's amendment. Can it formally, I'll come back in later once Mr Moody's answered their questions.
Okay. Do you want to come back in, Mr Moody?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I've taken the opportunity to go back and have a look at the minute of the December meeting, and my understanding and reading of the point that is being made by Councillor Murtagh is that this is encompassed in the drafting as it stands, because there is a distinct question time facility within our new decision-making structure which will allow any member to participate. There is scope where there has been no prior notice of an amendment being made for an amendment to arise from the information which derives from the answers to the questions. So that was my understanding of what that was intended to achieve, which is reflected within the standing orders as drafted.
Okay, thanks very much. Just open up for discussion or questions to Councillor Murtagh. Or Councillor Murtagh, did you want to come back on that?
It was just to say, I appreciate that. I understand that interpretation. I suppose my sense was that would extend to all the functions, and that was my intention. So I understand there's been a bit of discrepancy there, and that's fine. But as I say, I think that it is consistent with that earlier amendment, the spirit of it certainly, that we treat that all members of the council are not prevented from participating at any point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Councillor Spears. I think you're on. You could be on mute, Councillor Spears.
Sorry, taking the mute off. I totally agree with Councillor Murtagh. We're all equally elected to represent our communities. And I remember at the start of this council, there was a great thing about us all working in unity for the benefit of the whole district. I know my personal slogan is people before politics, and political parties and local government shouldn't be really carrying on the way they are, because we're here to represent local issues to local people. So Councillor Murtagh's entirely right. We need to get our agendas much earlier so we can all have a chance to lobby and discuss and put forward the issues, the various communities, because we're not just centralised in Falkirk. There's a whole wide district out there. So I'll certainly be in agreement with Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a couple of questions, and I was going to ask maybe Chief Executive or Mr Moody, depending on who is best placed to answer those. It's just obviously the normal timescale for the issue of papers prior to a meeting is anywhere, it's talking about cross-council, anywhere between 5 and 7 days prior to the meeting. So having a 10-day period would actually put us as a bit of an outlier in relation to certainly other local authorities. And I was just wondering what the potential implications might be for late reports and out-of-date information, and how that might have to be dealt with. So I don't know who's best placed for that. Maybe Mr Lorry might be able to.
Thank you, Provost. I mean, inevitably, by extending the timescale, it will have some impact on the currency of the papers being brought forward. So I suppose my initial thought on that is that there will it's more likely there will need to be supplementary agendas or updates following the distribution of papers, or indeed at the meeting itself. I mean, clearly as officers will endeavour, whatever decision the council comes to, will endeavour to do the best we can to ensure that papers are brought forward in the best possible state or condition, regardless of the timescale. But it will have some impact inevitably, because papers are often brought together or finalised quite close to the current deadline because of changing circumstances we need to take account of. So yes, there will be that impact.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, and then that is why I think we probably have the kind of optimum arrangement at this moment in time, in order to make sure that reports are concise and current when it gets to in front of elected members, and this change will indeed put pressures on to what we have is a limited staff. And being able to do that, and I appreciate a lot of those are senior officers, and I know that they will do whatever they can to make sure that they comply with that and make it work. But I do have concerns that we may be having some unintended consequences around some quite crucial decisions, particularly around finance, that will either be late reports or indeed require supplementaries or updates at late position. And we've already heard comments on that particular issue in the last sort of 6 months or so. So I'm minded to remain with the report as it is, and the timescales that we have. However, I have some sympathy around the non-voting members and substitutes. However, recognising that they have a kind of their own democratic appointment process to go through, I would see that should be perhaps put in place at the time of the appointment of those individuals. That there's the main person and the substitute that's also appointed at that time, recognising that they do have an appointments process or a democratic process where they appoint their representatives, whether that be staff or parent groupings. And I understand obviously that the final point in Councillor Murtaugh's amendment has been answered. So that would be certainly our group's position in relation to that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. We're now going to Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Fine, thank you. First of all, I'd just like some clarification. Obviously, part of the initial debate on this subject was the position of scrutiny be put forward for your good self, and I would fully support this. And then we had the situation in relation to Mr. Broadley, a wonderful professional who we're delighted to have on planning. So just to clarify, as those two positions then and decisions being taken on those positions, are they then been ratified?
Not yet, no, because we'll be asking for nominations for a position of scrutiny, and at the end we'll be asking if we agree the recommendations on that particular item about Mr. Broadley.
Right.
So
okay, thank you.
If somebody wanted to put up a nomination for convening scrutiny, that's up to them.
Okay, thank you for that, Provost. The issue in relation to Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, I've got great sympathy with some of the information that's contained in this. One of the issues as well is as an independent councillor, everybody's got an opportunity to come forward, because if I take you back to the last discussion we had on the town hall and moving up to the high street, I brought forward an amendment at the meeting that day, stating quite clearly that my objection to the proposal on a number of issues, and for the retention of the new town hall and hub at the original site. So I was defeated, obviously, because nobody seconded, but I still had the opportunity. But the issues that Councillor Murtaugh are bringing forward, I think are very sensible, and I will be supporting her amendment, sir. But I just wanted to clarify that supporting Councillor Murtaugh's amendment wouldn't detract for the decision to make you the convener of scrutiny, and also the decision to ensure that Mr. Broadley is going to be the head of the planning. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. Go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Can I first, I think I have an amendment to the amendment, but first I'd just like some clarification, possibly from Mr. Moody. My understanding of the third part of this amendment is that it says that the substitutes would be determined by the nominating fora. And my assumption was that, as it stands, that would mean that the democratic process of electing the people, of selecting, nominating the people who are to come onto the committee would be extended to the substitutes. Am I wrong in that understanding?
Mr. Moody.
The way I would read the amendment as currently drafted, which is all external representatives may have named substitutes in place determined by the nominating fora, would in the case of the parents and the teachers mean that there would need to be an individual identified as the standing named substitute for the executive. So in the case of the parents, that would mean the parents' forum would need to nominate such a person. And in the case of the teachers, that's chosen through the whole teaching body. So there would need to be, I think, a process put in place to allow the teachers to identify who their named substitute was. And I think the practice is at the moment there is one taken from the secondary sector and one from the primary sector.
Thank you very much. So my understanding then is that as it stands, that covers the issue of the process of selecting the substitute. In that case, I would like to support the amendment, but with a further amendment, which is to delete the fourth part of the amendment. I am not convinced that that adds anything to the standing orders, or that it's necessarily a point for the standing orders. But I do absolutely agree with Councillor Murtaugh's position in terms of giving a longer period of time for councillors to be able to consider properly the papers. I accept that it may on occasion result in further supplementary reports, but we already, with our existing standing orders and with our existing time periods, have supplementary reports at times. As recently as February for the budget report, we had things coming at the last minute the day before. So it does happen with the existing standing orders, and I am not convinced that by moving to 10 days instead of the 5, it would cause such an amount of additional difficulty. So I would support the first 3 parts of the amendment and would propose to delete the 4th part.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think, Provost, it would be helpful maybe to clarify that, consistent with our approach in December, although this is moved as a single amendment, I think it would be appropriate to decide on each of the 4 parts separately, so that wouldn't require a separate amendment to be moved.
Thank you.
Against Councillor Murtaugh's amendment.
Okay, so Steinbach.
It's just a question on this, Provost. I understand and support what Councillor Hannah just said in terms of the Executive and Falkirk Council for greater preemptive discussion, absorption of information by members, especially for the Executive and full Council meetings. As a convener of a regulatory committee, what specific implications do we envisage happening? I'm well aware of, I think, the strict deadlines sometimes our officers work to, with sometimes less than cooperative applicants and people whose licences we're considering. Is there any opinion from member services or the officers that deal with more the regulatory side of things rather than the political, Executive and Falkirk Council decisions we make?
Okay,
or specifically on the timescales for reports?
I think it's maybe helpful just to clarify then, Provost, that yes, as the amendments stand, this would apply to regulatory committees. So it will apply to the Planning Committee and to the Civic Licensing Committee. It wouldn't impact on the Licensing Board, which isn't governed by these particular standing orders. I think maybe to reflect on what the Chief Executive said earlier, I think the same considerations broadly apply, perhaps with just the additional factor that there are timescales which are required to be worked to for both civic licensing and our planning colleagues, which I think may just cause some additional pressure. But officers, obviously, if Council decides that that is the timescale, will adjust their work to ensure that we meet those timescales as best we can. It may be that Mr. McGuinness maybe wants to comment in relation to the planning committee aspect.
Okay, we've got Mr. McGuinness if he's there.
Yes, thank Provost. No, I've no further comment to make as what Councillor Mr. Moody has said already, just to clarify that position in terms of planning.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. McGuinness. We'll go to Bellicare.
Thanks, Provost. So one of my questions was probably the same as similar to Councillor Steinbank. So that going on the 4 issues of the amendment. So taking it to 10 days would be every committee apart from the Licence Board. Is that correct, Mr. Moody?
It's correct.
I understand that the difficulties and some of the reports that we get are lengthy reports, and getting it earlier, would it help? Yes. would it help our officers? I don't think so. I think that sometimes the 5 days is quite challenging as it is. But I know it'd be great to get the papers early, but personally, I can't see how we've got the staffing to bring forward every report 10 days before. 10 days before the meeting. I think it'd be very difficult. My second point is on the amendment being tabled. So it's not the day before, we're talking about 2 days before now, an amendment. Would that stop them from coming at 10 o'clock the night before?
I think that's the intention as the standing orders are currently drafted, which is in by noon the day before, is to stop the process of things coming in late at night or in the morning unless there are exceptional circumstance. The difference with Councillor Murtaugh's amendment on that is just to push the deadline back 24 hours to noon 2 days before.
What? I'm not for or against it. I'm just, what benefit would we get out of that, pushing it to the day before?
I think that's probably not for me to say. It's more, it's Councillor Murtaugh's amendment. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think the only benefit it would be around the extra time for discussion and in looking at those particular amendments which are submitted.
Right, okay. With regards to the third part, where the substituted representative, so am I right that the leader of the council, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths, and Councillor Hannah, have you seen that we've got a process where at the time where we appoint the representative, they can appoint a substitute at that point? I don't think that's our job to appoint them or who to put on it. I think it should be left up to them. If I've got that wrong, I apologise.
Again, Provost, as I understand the amendment as drafted, it would be for the relevant bodies concerned to identify the substitute. So the Parents Forum or the body of teachers to identify a named substitute for their particular representatives on the executive. I think maybe the only issue of dubiety is, would that require to be done in light of this, if this amendment were to be passed immediately so that there was such a substitute available, or could it wait to the next appointment to avoid the need for a fresh election among members of the teaching staff of a substitute member, and likewise another process from the Parents Forum? My reading of the amendment as it currently stands would be that if this change happened, I would expect a process to be put in place to identify a substitute, not waiting for a period of years to do that.
Okay, and the last one is probably not a question, just similar to what Bailey Buchanan says. I feel everybody's got the opportunity to speak at the meeting and put their views across. Whether I didn't, as a group leader of the Conservatives, I didn't restrict any of my group to an opinion or put their points across. It's entirely up to them. They've all got opinions, and the more opinions we get, the better debate it is. So I understand what Councillor Murtagh is indicating, but I didn't see that as a problem. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. We'll go back to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I think partly what I would say is that to illustrate the points about the timing in particular, if, for example, we had more time in this particular debate and to had the papers and standing orders, that is quite a challenge to go through track changes, documents and identify everything within a time frame, and we had things in advance, then we could have all sat down and discussed whether we wanted to have compromises about whether it applied to all committees or just some, or whether there should be a different time frame for regulatory process. We could have had discussions between ourselves about whether there was need for consensus on other parts of it. And I think that is entirely what I'm trying to achieve here by putting forward the amendments, is to say I'm not saying that 10 days is a panacea. For example, if another member come forward and said, okay, well maybe 10 days will have an issue because of X, Y, Z. Could it be 9? Could it be 8? This would have this effect. Then we could have had, if we had more time, then those sorts of discussions could have happened in advance. We wouldn't need the recesses, and we could explore in a bit more depth what we can't really do in a live meeting. So what I would say in terms of, I'm not saying that in passing something at 10 days, there might not be issues, there might be problems which come forward, and it might only apply to one committee or another. And I can't necessarily anticipate that. And I don't think officers necessarily can either. In the last debate, we heard that it wasn't insurmountable. Yes, it will be challenging, and particularly in the short term. But when we've made changes before, I think all councillors have accepted that when we make changes, there needs to be some grace and some pragmatism, and sometimes things won't necessarily conform to deadlines on day one. And it might be that we need to revisit this and to say, right, it doesn't work for all committees, or it might need to change again or be shortened. But I think it's worth trying it, because at the moment, I don't think what we have is optimum. I do, and as Councillor Kerr was saying, I think it would be better for councillors to have more time, and it will perhaps be more difficult in the short term for officers, but ultimately we are the ones who make the decisions. And quite often, whether it's by design or, well, I'm sure it's not by design, but whether it is the effect, that sometimes when we get really, really important decisions to make, if we don't have enough time to analyse them, it can often feel like we're bounced into a decision because of the situation where we can't really have those sorts of discussions that I was just mentioning. So there's nothing political in any of these amendments. It's about getting the best way forward and an acknowledgement that we might need to change things in future, but I think it's worth trying. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Councillor Patrick, then Councillor Bundy.
Provost Reid, I think point of clarification, and perhaps I'm just needing to wear my new glasses, but we're talking about this amendment, the second one down, about extending the time for motions. I can't see where it says the and last in 20.1. Am I missing it, or can someone point that out? I think if not, we need to amend the wording of that.
Mr. Moody's looking for that. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I'm slightly struggling with the last issue as well. But I think the intent is clear enough in the amendment that the current provision is about it being in no later than noon on the clear day before the meeting. I think the intent of Councillor Murtaugh's amendment is clear enough that it's the second last day.
Councillor Patrick, you okay with that?
And I've just, as long as that's clear, we'll need to obviously amend the wording if that goes through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I was just listening to Councillor Murtaugh's explanation for the amendment regarding bringing the time forward for when amendments will be submitted, and it actually raised many concerns to me, because she was talking about having meetings before this meeting to come up with compromises and agreement, and that sounds quite undemocratic to me, because the public don't have access to those meetings. We can have that approach in these meetings if that's the approach that members take, seek compromise and come up with proposals and solutions and hear the arguments being put forward by other members. So I don't understand why that has to be done before this meeting when it can be done in this meeting if we as a council adopt that approach.
You're looking for a response from Mr. Moody?
Can I add 19.1, Provost?
Okay, Councillor Murtaugh.
It was just to clarify, and I understand what Councillor Bundy said there in terms of it's taking things outside the democratic forum, and that was not what I was suggesting. What I was suggesting was that as there is now, and there attempts to be now, that the ability to have discussion where we can come up and anticipate issues, which if they come out in this meeting, and meetings are much more challenging to have multiple recesses and go back and forward, consult with groups and debate, that some of those things, if we can discuss them in advance, it greatly aids the ability to augment the debate that we have in public and come to solutions that are workable. So I wasn't suggesting that the democratic process was subverted or done behind closed doors, purely that it's augmented by that ability to have more time to have discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so I'll now go to Councillor Colley.
Yeah, it's a quick question for Colin around the 10 days, and would that apply to the integrated joint board, bearing in mind there's two bodies involved, and the health board process is not to have I think the process is 5 days, and I don't think we would be able to change that for them, so I think that there's some challenges there.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
No, it wouldn't apply to the integration joint board. They are separate and have their own standing orders.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'll go back to Mr. Moody to sum up where we are.
Thank you, Provost. I think we have a motion moved consisting of the recommendations. We have the amendment moved by Councillor Murtaugh and seconded. There is an opportunity for the Leader of the Council to sum up at this point prior to moving into the votes, Provost.
And we're going to break it down each section one at a time, right? Okay. Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you, Provost. Being consistent with our December position, we will be looking to seek the status quo with regard to the issue of the papers and what has been proposed in relation to the production of the amendments. I think that takes into account the flexibility that's required, and indeed potentially allows pre-discussion before amendments actually get to that may bring a level of consensus, recognising that often it's very much to the last minute when groups meet and make up their minds on the way forward. It's ironic that that's been moved when we had amendments produced at 10 o'clock last night and brought forward. That's what it is, but hopefully people will be able to get themselves together and get a wee bit better organised going forward. And in relation to the explanation given by Mr. Moody in relation to the substitutes and whether or not that requires them to go through their democratic process now or later, I think that would probably be best discussed with the groups rather than the decisions in here, and we're happy to support that. And indeed, section 4, we're not going to support that going forward. I think we need to be mindful how much time we spend debating things in this chamber that don't actually have a huge impact on the public. There's an awful lot more important things that we should be discussing here today, and we've had our best value report, which there was very little discussion on, and that these are things that will very much directly impact on our communities. So I think we need to take a measured view about how much time we spend debating standing orders when the public are probably not in the least bit interested what we do.
Thanks very much, Councillor McKeown. So we'll go to Mr Moody to take us through each one at a time and go to the vote.
Provost, before we go to Mr Moody, can I just seek clarification on my standing at the meeting just at the moment? On particularly this agenda item.
Mr Moody.
Provost, Councillor McCabe, I think, is raising the point that he's joined the meeting during the course of the debate. It's really for members themselves to determine, are they adequately aware of the issues which are before the council, which can be through, for instance, consideration of the report in advance, so you're not barred from taking part in the vote if you're satisfied that you're sufficiently aware of the issues.
Thanks for that, Colin. Thank you, Provost. And I'll just declare that I feel I'm adequately aware of Councillor Murtaugh's motion, and I'm fully supportive. I've had some extensive dialogue with Councillor Murtaugh, so I feel that I'm able to take part in the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarity, Councillor McCabe. So we'll now go to the vote in the first part of Councillor Murtaugh's motion, amendment.
Convener, Provost.
Yeah.
Can our group get 2 minutes just before it goes to the vote?
5 minutes, 2 minutes enough?
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, thank you. 5
minutes is fine.
Mr Moody to take
And probably just on that, thank you very much
No,
for
you're
your
welcome.
indulgence.
You're welcome. So we'll go to Mr Moody to take us through the votes.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And we're dealing here with recommendation 1 in the report. The recommendations moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Bowes, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Murtagh and seconded by Councillor Ritchie. The amendment comes in 4 parts, so there will be a vote in relation to each of those 4 parts. The first of those is to extend the time of council and committee agendas being available to 10 clear days in advance, the current position being 5 clear days. And there's another consequential amendment in relation to the submission of motions to council. So just as a reminder, the motion is the current standing orders as proposed. The amendment is the proposed change by Councillor Murtagh. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 14 votes for the motion. There are 14 votes for the amendment. There being an equality of votes, as Provost, you have a second and casting vote.
Amendment.
The amendment is accordingly carried. We move on to the second aspect of Councillor Murtagh's amendment, which is to extend the time in which motions and amendments are tabled in advance of the meeting. As the proposed standing orders, that's noon on the day before the meeting, if the effect of the amendment were to make this the second day before the meeting. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 10 votes for the motion. There are 18 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried. We move to the third part of the amendment, which relates to extending the ability to appoint substitutes to the teaching members of staff and also parents representatives on the executive.
Provost, can I get a bit of clarity before we go to the vote of Mr. Moody? And when we're saying that there is a substitute, I was saying for the amendment that substitute can be anybody at any different time.
The reference is to a named substitute in the amendment, and I think I've indicated my understanding of that, which would be that the teaching body would need to identify and agree the named substitute, presumably by means of nomination and election, and by the parents' forum there would also need to be a named substitute.
Okay, thank you.
Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
The amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, 2 votes for the motion, 26 for the amendment. The amendment is carried. And we move to the final section of Councillor Murtagh's amendment, which is the amendment to Standing Order 20 to extend the opportunity to explain why an amendment has not been moved to all members of the Council. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Motion.
Provost, there are 22 votes for the motion. There are 6 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 9.2 and Mr. Moody will take us through that.
Yes, Provost, and this is the point where we seek to appoint a convener of the Scrutiny Committee. There has already been a nomination made from the floor which is yourself. So I think it's a question of seeing if there are any other nominations. Provost, there being no further nominations, you are appointed the leader of the Scrutiny Committee.
And we now move to standing orders. Agenda item point 9.3, designate the Planning and Environment Manager post holder as the Council's Chief Planning Officer. Can we agree that?
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, that's that one finished. So before lunch, we'll do agenda item 10, delegation of powers to determine urgent issues during the summer recess. And there'll be Mr. Moody for that.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And this is a report which we customarily have at this time of the year. It recognises that we are moving into a summer recess, and it clarifies the extent of delegated authority with your chief officers and the consultation requirements that those chief officers have during the summer recess if decisions require to be made. Nothing further to add, but happy to answer questions if there are any.
Councillor Meikerdorn.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report. It's a standard report for arrangements during council recess. Any important items will be brought to group leaders for discussion. That has only happened in my experience during COVID. We've never had to do that in the past, as business has been managed that where there's decisions required by members, it's been able to be delayed. So I don't anticipate that people's recess would be interrupted in that respect, but there is arrangements in place if anything urgent does come up.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Sinclair.
Happy to second, Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hannah?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Fairly Kerr?
No amendments, and I remember that, and I hope it never needs to be used again. So thanks, Provost.
Councillor Spears? I think you're on mute again, Councillor Spears.
Sorry, I have a question regarding the Leader of the Administration's comment that if any issues come up, it will go to group leaders. Will that be all group leaders?
We'll go to Mr. Moody to answer that.
As the current practices of the council, the consultation is with the leaders of the main opposition groups. So it's not all groups, it's the leaders of the SNP group, the Labour group and the Conservative group.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
I think at this juncture it's time for me to thank the Provost for at least the full council meetings asking all the members of the council, not just group leaders, for comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I'll ask independent members if they've got any comments on this.
None.
No. Somebody say something there? Okay, so we can agree the recommendations.
Agreed.
Okay, so we have. So just before, we've got three motions. The first one, the bonus town centre is being referred to the executive, and Councillor Devine's been informed of that. So that won't be discussed today. And the other two is the Freedom of Falkirk, Sir William Wallace, Grand Lodge of Scotland Free Colliers, and the other one is the Joe Cox Civility Commission. Councillor Sinclair, and the Freedom of Falkirk was Bailey Buchanan. So we'll break for lunch and we'll tackle these after lunch if that's okay. Councillor Ritchie.
Provost, it's just to find out why is the one about Bowness being sent to executive? There's none of the local councillors on the executive. I know we can come and speak at it, but we don't have a vote, so would it not be better getting brought back to here, to the full council, and Councillor Devine can speak about it here? It's only fair for the Bowness councillors.
Right, okay, well, it was discussed with the group leaders as well, and with myself, it was agreed, but I'll maybe go to defer to Mr. Moody to just clarify.
Yes, the starting point is that the motion stands referred to the executive because it falls within the remit of the executive. The focus of the motion has a policy element to it, which is where the executive is the proper body to discuss it. So that's the starting point. The Provost has the ability to hold the matter at Council at his decision and discretion following consultation with the group leaders. That consultation has taken place and the decision has been made. I think it's maybe worth saying that the executive will have an extended membership after the recess because it's larger. I'm not sure if that is going to encompass any of the bonus members, but I'll check that point.
Okay, thank you. We'll now break for lunch. Thank you.
What time, Provost? How long?
1:15.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move to agenda item 11, the motions. And the first one is the freedom of Falkirk, Sir William Wallace, Grand Lodge of Scotland, Free Colliers. And I'll ask Bailey Buchanan to move his motion.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Fine. First of all, Provost, can I thank Falkirk Council for giving me the opportunity to bring forward a motion in recognition of the wonderful work this organisation has done over many years and is still doing. I think I sent out some historical background, and just for those people that haven't seen this or maybe online, I'd just like to give you a bit of historical background of the Free Colliers of Reading. The Free Colliers of Reading, or to give them their full title, the Sir William Wallace Grand Lodge of Scotland Free Colliers, was formed in 1863 to defend miners and their families from the oppressive acts of the mine owners and their government supporters. At the time, the men were represented by local organisations and there was no proper national union. Any man brave enough to speak out against failing to pay rates or encourage others to take action was liable to be identified, sacked and kicked out of the family home which the Colliers own. Under the inspired leadership of Reading miner James Simpson, the Free Colliers were formed in the aftermath of a failed strike in which the miners were once again defeated and wages reduced and conditions made worse. This new organisation adopted the name of their national hero, William Wallace, as a symbol of their determination to fight for freedom and justice for all. The Reading Colliers inspired a huge wave of support all across Scotland, and within a year there were 65 other groups representing miners in every part of the Scottish coalfield. At a crucial time before trade unions were fully recognised, these collier lodges kept the flame of resistance burning in defence of working people. Over the following years, responsibility for the fight did pass to the unions, but the lodges remained to support collier families and help preserve the traditions of mining communities. For over 160 years, this vital work has continued unbroken, with charitable activities of all kinds assisting the Reading community and people much further afield. The public face of the Free Colliers is shown to the world each August when the annual demonstration march takes place through the former mining villages of the Braes, ending at Wallace Stone, where the crowds are reminded of the battles that have passed and pledges to guard against injustice wherever it is found. 3 times in 1980, 1992 and 2023, the Colliers have led the campaign to remember the Reading pit disaster of 1923, where 40 men lost their lives. Their efforts have gifted to our community, present and future, a magnificent memorial which will stand as a reminder of the sacrifice of the miners and their families, and also of the debt we owe to the Free Colliers themselves for acting as our conscience and our inspiration. There are few organisations that have survived and prospered for such a long time, and this success is surely down to universal admiration the people have for the Free Colliers and for the fantastic things they do on our behalf. These seekers after freedom, past and present, have surely earned all the freedoms our community can bestow. And in light of this organisation's historical background and its present-day wonderful community work, I would formally make the following motion and would hope for unanimous support from members. Motion: Freedom of Falkirk, Sir William Wallace, Grand Lodge of Scotland, Free Colliers. In recognition of its long association with Reading and the wider Braes communities since 1863, for supporting miners and their families when the pit was operational, keeping alive the traditions of the mining communities, and for their charitable activities in Reading and further afield, Council grants the Freedom of Falkirk to the Sir William Wallace Grand Lodge of Scotland Free Colliers. I so do move.
Thanks very much for that, Bailey Buchanan. I would certainly echo everything you've said there. Do you have a seconder?
Well, it's up to
Councillor
members
Hannah.
if some. Yep.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener, and thank you, Bailey Buchanan, for covering all of that history of the Free Colliers. I'm very happy to second this motion, both as the daughter of a miner and as the councillor representing the Lower Breeze, which includes the Reading area. The Free Colliers were instrumental in developing, in fighting for freedom and independence for colliers who were, before that, had been almost like slaves. They weren't never called slaves, but they were bound to the colliers in a way that was quite close to a kind of slavery. They did a tremendous job, and in fact, the colliers' lodges, the Free Colliers' lodges, spread across the whole of Scotland. It was not only in the Reading area, and to some extent developed over the years into the various trade unions, particularly in the end, the National Union of Mine Workers took over that role. The Free Colliers have done a tremendous job in terms of the memorial in Reading, which I hope everybody has seen. It is an absolutely superb memorial to the dreadful pit disaster of 1923, when the Reading pit was flooded and took the bodies of 40 people. I'm very happy, given that Bailey Buchanan has covered most of the history and taken my thunder. I'm just happy to second this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr, did you want to come in before I go to Councillor Meikle-John?
I'll make way for.
Okay, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. We're happy to support recognising the work that the Free Colliers do, and indeed as part of our history and heritage, recognition of that particular area and the industry of coal mining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Being a past member of Sir William Wallace Free Colliers, I'm thankful to Bailey Buchanan for bringing this forward. My dad was Grand Master of the Free Colliers for many years. And he's a 5th generation miner. So the pits go deep into my family. And I always hear people talking about slavery. When they were doing the pit at 14, 13-year-old, that was slavery. Between that and the workhouses, young kids didn't have a childhood because they had to work. So really pleased that this has came forward. And if my memory serves me right, the Free Colliers Lodge in Slamanan was the John de Graham Lodge. And they were number 2 lodge. But it spread far and wide, Ayrshire, Edinburgh, it's spread all over Scotland. And I'm really glad that Bailey Buchanan's brought it forward. And I would have been more than happy to second the motion. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Bailey Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
I'm super pleased that this has come forward, and maybe at the ceremony we can sing the Starry Rabbie Burns. I've had the great privilege of attending many of their Burns suppers, which, trust me, is a very eventful night, and it's great to be part of that census community. I formerly lived in Shield Hill, and I have had a lot of dealings with Slamanan. And you always get quoted the old saying, for a poster in California. Minors wanted, Slamanan men preferred.
Here,
So
here,
this will
here,
be-
here.
This will be a great chance for us to commemorate a great organisation who through the years have done so much and are still doing so much. They attend the biggest event in Falkirk, the Battle of Falkirk Day, and the Colliers lay a wreath. So they don't forget, and we shouldn't forget. So thank you, Billy McCarran, for bringing this forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll go to the independent councillors if they have any comment. No, it's all just open up to everyone if they've got any additional comments they'd like to make. Okay. So we have a motion moved by Bailey Buchanan, seconded by Councillor Hannah. So we agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much, and well done, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you for everybody.
The next motion is the Joe Cox Civility Commission, and it's a motion by Councillor Sinclair. So we'll go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for allowing me to bring this motion forward today on the Joe Cox Civility Commission with reference to their report published in February, No Place in Politics, Tackling Abuse and Intimidation. The context of this motion holds a great deal of personal significance. I'm a former member of staff of both the Scottish and UK Parliaments, with friends in both places, as well as being a member of this council with friends and colleagues across the room and throughout the organisation. From the outset, I'd like to say that being elected to Falkirk Council and representing the many varied communities of Falkirk North, where I live, and each constituent business and organisation within them, is both an honour and a privilege. We are all elected here by our communities, and I believe that while elected members in all branches of government may not always get it right, we carry ourselves forward with the best of intentions and always with the interests of our communities at the very heart of all that we do. While we celebrate our diversity, what surprises me time and time again as I travel around the constituency is that we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. Those words were spoken on the 3rd of June 2015 by Joe Cox, who at that point was the Member of Parliament for Batley and Spen, and they were spoken during her maiden speech to the House of Commons. Just over a year later, on the 16th of June 2016, in the midst of the EU referendum campaign, Jo was murdered by a far-right extremist outside of the library where she was holding her constituency advice surgery. I was working for a Member of Parliament at the time, and when news of the attack on an MP had filtered through, the information didn't quite land or sink in. There were, however, tangible feelings of uncertainty, incredulity, and fear. The atmosphere in our office and arguably throughout politics and society changed that day. Jo was a colleague, albeit a distant colleague from my perspective. She was also a mum, a wife, a daughter, and a sister, and had been murdered whilst carrying out the role she was elected to do. A role that we share with her today, representing our constituents. And I apologise to Council now and appreciate the grace that you will hopefully give to me as I get emotional throughout these remarks. Society and politics on a global scale has shifted significantly over the past decade. Things don't feel quite as certain or safe for that matter. Misinformation, bad faith actors, and the rise of hatred has taken a hold on public discourse, and at the heart of it, credible attempts to intimidate, abuse, and threaten elected officials of all parties and beliefs. I remember having a chat with my wife after the news of the attack on Westminster in 2017. We spoke at length about friends who still work there, but importantly from her perspective, that I come home every day to her and our kids. Safe and well, and that is what mattered more than anything. In 2021, news of Sir David Amess, murder stunned the world again. A more dedicated public servant you might never have met, yet we had experienced this before. As well as MPs and MSPs, local councillors and local government officials are subject to more unacceptable behaviour now than at any other time throughout history. Cars set ablaze, threatening emails, abusive social media messages, and worryingly, public meetings where members of the public can call for elected councillors to be executed and be met with a round of applause. When did this become acceptable? We all hold advice surgeries. Most of us operate a fully accessible policy where any constituent is free to come and chat to us. Sometimes those surgeries take place where we are the only person in the building. When I stood for election in 2022, I knew that there was a level of resilience required for the role. I also know of several friends who didn't think they could stand for election because of the relentless nature of the role. Indeed, there are times where I have personally wondered if putting my family through everything that comes with the spotlight of elected office was the right thing to do. Those of us elected here can only be responsible for our own actions. And while we would never wish to control or inhibit the actions of our constituents and our communities, perhaps it is not too much for me to call on all of us here to lead by example and act always with civility, reason, and basic human kindness towards one another, and set the right tone as leaders within our communities. The Joe Cox Civility Commission's report, No Place in Politics, Tackling Abuse and Intimidation, speaks directly to these issues that I have raised here today. They put forward recommendations based on the values that Joe tried to live by every single day, to raise the level of public debate, not to stifle, but to ensure that we argue our points more reasonably and with respect for those who may not agree with, to enable us to debate freely and frankly here in this chamber, but to be able to walk out of it together and with a mutual respect for one another. Provost, at the time of her murder, much was said about Jo Cox, the values she embodied, kindness and respect amongst others, and her genuine belief in a better world by working for it in a more civil and reasonable manner. A society that is informed, politically literate, and able to disagree in an agreeable way. To close and to paraphrase, while we celebrate our diversity and respect our differences, I believe, as Jo did, that we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. And I hope that we can all join and pass this motion today, which I move in my name. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair, for that. And I know how emotional and how close it is to your heart, and thank you for that. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Provost. Councillor Devine.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Sinclair for bringing forward this motion to the Chamber today and say that her comments really hit home how devastating and serious this issue is. I want to focus my comments on the impact of intimidation and abuse. Women and minorities entering the political arena often face a barrage of threats, harassment, scrutiny, not experienced by others, making comments about their appearance, not having children, capability related to disability, religious beliefs. This abuse is not just verbal or emotional. It can also manifest as physical threats, put politicians and potential candidates putting their safety at risk. The Joe Cox Commission, named after and in honour of the UK MP who was tragically murdered in 2016, highlights the extreme dangers that public figures from minority backgrounds can face. Her murder was a stark reminder of the lethal consequences of political hatred and the urgent need for measures to protect those in public service. The Commission has emphasised the importance of fostering a political culture that is inclusive and respectful. One of the key recommendations is to implement stricter regulations on social media platforms. to combat hate speech and ensure that those platforms are not used to intimidate or misform the public. Additionally, it advocates for better support systems for those facing abuse, including legal protections and mental health resources. It is clear that social media has amplified these challenges. While social media platforms offer unprecedented opportunities for engagement, communication and information, they also serve as hotbeds for abuse and misinformation. Research by Amnesty International reveals that women face disproportionately high levels of abuse online. This abuse is often anonymous, making it difficult to hold the perpetrators accountable. These platforms embolden harassers who leverage and lack the accountability to spread the hate and intimidation. In a global context, misinformation and fake news further complicates the political landscape for women and minorities. Social media algorithms often prioritise sensationalist content, which can include false and damning information about candidates or serving politicians. This misinformation not only distorts public perception, but also subjects candidates and current politicians to additional scrutiny and mistrust, undermining their campaigns or their positions. And it is clear that misinformation and abuse and intimidating is getting worse. The impact of misinformation coming out from political chambers to the public is also profoundly damaging, as it not only distorts the truth, but it also fuels personal abuse directed at politicians and their families. This abuse often exacerbated by spreading false narratives, creates hostile environment that deters many from public service and endangers those already serving. Politicians and their family are subjected to threats, harassment, defamation, which can also have severe psychological, emotional and physical consequences. I'd like to read a quote. "I could not run in another election as I don't want to put my family through the stress and anxiety over my safety." That is a quote from a local councillor who took part in the commission in 2022. Given the gravity of these issues, it is imperative that all politicians, regardless of political affiliation, actively challenge and denounce misinformation and abuse by promoting integrity and accountability. They can help foster political culture that respects the dignity of individuals and the democratic process. Barriers to elected offices for women and minorities are multifaceted and deeply entrenched. Intimidation, abuse, and the toxic environment fostered by social media pose all these challenges. We must dismantle these barriers. Nobody in any job should have to put up with threats, aggressive emails, being shouted at in the street, sworn at, personal attacks on social media. Everyone has the right to feel safe, regardless of the job they do. To conclude, I want to thank Councillor Sinclair again, and with that, I formally second this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah. You have an amendment?
I am aware that there is an amendment coming forward and would defer to Councillor Murtagh for that.
Okay, Billy.
No amendment, but opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, you got any amendment?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh, have you got an amendment?
I do have an amendment, Provost, so you can let me know when it's appropriate to move it.
Okay, just carry on.
Thanks, Provost. So I absolutely associate myself with the remarks of Councillors Sinclair and Devine and concur with everything that they have brought forward, and I can see how deeply they feel it, and I know that they will have had their own personal experiences throughout, and I'm sure that many of us have. I think just, to begin in terms of support of the motion, I think that it is often about the culture that we inhabit, and that we all take a measure of responsibility in that as well, and in how we conduct ourselves. And I think broadly, members do conduct themselves very well and are supportive of one another, and I'm grateful for that. I think that has, well, other things have got worse in recent years. I think that the situation has got better, particularly speaking locally in the last wee while, and I think that is to be welcomed, and I'm certainly grateful to the support of members across the chamber for that, of whatever party and none. But I do think that it is really important in acknowledging that it is about political culture often, and the toxic environments that we can often operate within, that we acknowledge that pastoral support of each other, and that outward support of each other is really essential, and that sometimes pressure and abuse can come from within, and that when it does, and when that spills out, and when the public see that sets a very bad example and precedent. And although it might be rare, it can be very keenly felt. And in previous roles that I've had and had the privilege to hold nationally, within my former party and within previous life, I think one of the benefits of holding a kind of national women equalities officer was to hear firsthand, not just from members in the party in which I represented at the time, but to build links across all parties who have had their issues from within, and because, as we know from anywhere, whether you've got abuse within a family, whether you've got abuse within an institution, a religious organisation, a sporting club, it's the hardest to call it out from within, because the people that you might be inadvertently pointing the finger at or asking for even just small amounts of action are actually people that you may yourself love and care about, and it may affect all the people that you love and care about. And so that for that reason, it's extraordinarily difficult for political parties themselves, not just because they tend to not want to draw negative consequences themselves, but just in general, because of relationships, it's very difficult to deal with that. So my amendment is not to detract from anything in the seriousness and the tone of what has been put forward, but purely that we acknowledge that, as we've seen today, we are within a predominantly party political structure. And when things do go wrong, they are extraordinarily difficult to resolve, and that, well, it's not the place of council ever to try to prescribe or interfere with what particular groups' rules should be. It does impact and affect the safety, security of its councillors, and therefore how we all perform and how we discharge our duties to the public if councillors themselves are not feeling, perhaps in the place that they should. So all I've asked for in my amendment is really that there's an acknowledgement of that, and in the report that's asked for, that we look at ways in which the council can support groups to support their own members when, and in rare instances where these things come forward. And I have no wish to go into examples at all, but I think that having felt myself that there are significant issues that many people have talked to me about confidentially from across all groups and none, and I'm not just talking about in this council but nationally, it's something that we ignore at our peril and shouldn't put on the back burner. So in the interest of being fully transparent, and as the previous speaker said, that we tackle things up front and we don't shy away from them, and we speak that truth. That's why I've put forward this amendment today, just to make sure that aspect of things is actually covered as well. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I'm really glad to see that this motion was brought forward today, because we should be shining a light on the issues faced by public figures, which is a major deterrent to individuals, especially women, who may want to get involved, and that's to everyone's detriment. So we all know that there's no place in politics for intimidation or abuse, and I'm happy to join in cross-party consent and welcome Councillor Murtagh's addendum, which I feel strengthens the motion that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, just open up for any questions. Councillor Meikle-John.
Could I just ask a wee bit about the addendum, recognising that as political parties there's a governance and a disciplinary and complaints procedure within our political parties, how that might impact with what's been asked here?
Mr Moody.
think the substance of what Councillor Murtaugh's amendment aims at in its second part is to include consideration of this issue in the report that comes back to the executive. I think it's fair to say at this stage that there will be limitations for the role of the council in this issue for the very reason the Leader of the Council sets out, which is that parties will have their own rules, in some cases codes of conduct, in some cases complaints, procedures, and primarily these issues will often be issues for the party groups themselves. But I think that's something that can be considered further within the context of the report, which comes back if this motion is agreed. But I think it's fair to outline that there will be limitations on the role that the council has, and they may be simply around encouragement and support towards the particular ends that are identified. There's certainly no role to intervene and override the internal arrangements of political groups.
Okay, I'll go to Billy Buchanan.
Can you hear me, Provost?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Firstly, I would just like to thank Councillor Sinclair and Councillor Devine for it was very difficult, the two of them, to express their feelings, and they did it very well indeed. What I would say is that having been a councillor for 32 years, over that period of time, and we're talking about the violent situation, that I've had to call the police twice, to my surgery when I was getting threatened during that period. And can I say this, that when I started, social media wasn't there as we know it now. And social media is such a distraction, is such a, what we'd call a weapon that people use. They call them the keyboard warriors. And the amount of stress that some people can put on other people is absolutely disgraceful. I would say this in respect to, at this present moment in time, I'm the convener of the planning and have been for a number of years. I've been the deputy convener. And during this period of time, there have been a number of incidents, and I think it's getting worse now because of social media in terms of the decision making by members. You got to remember is that the planning committee has more meetings than any other committee in this council. You've got the pre-meetings, you've got predetermination hearings, you've got site visits, and the fact is that you're out there sometimes in a limb. I remember, Provost, that we went to a site visit one day in the Larbert area, and there was a crowd come out, and one of them threatened the Provost. It was an unaccompanied site visit, obviously, but one of them had come out and threatened the Provost. I remember a former convener of planning, somebody tried to punch him, and the fact is that we all felt at that time, and probably still do, but I've not had any discussions, you know, that there was no real support there. And then the fact is that social media, even before council meetings start, people are putting certain things on social media regarding members and decisions that has been taken, and it's been absolutely disgraceful. Councillor Bailey Kerr, myself and other councillors were subjected to terrible abuse because of a decision that was taken some time ago. A couple of months after that, it was the elections, and I was in this area, and I got threatened in the car park that evening. Now, the fact of the matter is, this just is telling you exactly how it is. And obviously, it's a difficult one for councillors. We know that there's been a lot of tough decisions being taken lately. Bowness, for a start, just take Bowness for a start. Take the situation just now with community centres like Bonneville and that, where people are fired up because they're trying to protect their communities. But the fact is that some people go over the line in terms of the attacks that they make on individuals. It's really difficult because the fact is, Provost, if I had to turn around and say to Mr. Moody here and now in front of everybody, Mr. Moody, I'm being abused, or my members are being abused on social media because we're trying to carry out the work that we're entitled to do on whatever committee, and I'm being attacked for this. And my family's upset and so forth. What then? Because we spoke about the coming forward with areas where we can support members in relation to what's abuse, right? So that's a simple one. If we've been abused online, for doing or making a decision because we are councillors and elected to represent. What then are the council going to do? Because never since I've been on the council have I ever seen council officials get involved with members to try and support them in relation to any abuse that's online. So probably through you, maybe I could ask Mr. Moody here and now, if members are being abused, we get abused all the time. All the time we get abused. It's getting worse. So I'm asking Mr. Moody, as the legal representative, what can members or what can officials do to support members who are going through this turmoil? Because it's not everybody that can stand it. I mean, some of the abuse online is absolutely disgraceful. What do? I don't go online because I always felt if you start getting back to them and attacking them, it just goes from one to another. But the fact is, we've got to sit and take it. We're elected representatives of the people. We're making decisions based on for our communities, and yet at the same time, for whatever reason, some people are unhappy. So what they do is they're keyboard warriors. They'll attack you. So I'm asking you, through you, Provost, if Mr. Moody could tell us directly what officials can do in terms of these abusive attacks. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Billy Buchanan. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. There's probably a limited legal scope for the council to act in these circumstances. I suppose one thing I would say is that where abuse becomes an issue of a direct threat or reveals any threatening behaviour, then that becomes a police matter. And I would encourage members to go to the police if that is the situation and not feel that that's ever a situation which they need to tolerate because they are in the position of an elected member. Particularly in relation to social media, depending on which platform we are talking about or the communication is made on. Often platforms will have their own rules of conduct of what is acceptable speech within each platform. And if you feel that those rules are being breached, again, I would encourage people to raise those issues in order that comes to the attention of those with the ability to moderate or restrict the ability of those making those comments. So I think those are two very practical areas, but I think the key thing to have in mind here is that Councillor Sinclair's motion asks us to go away and think about the issue more generally, and there will be a broader report coming back. So I think maybe this is best addressed at that point when we have the report in front of us.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Thanks very much, Billy Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost, and I want to thank Councillor Sinclair for bringing this motion forward and for his reflective remarks and the remarks made by everyone so far. I had the pleasure of meeting Sir David Amos a couple of times. He was a member of my party, but one of the things that I cherished about him was the role that he played in Parliament as a backbencher and the work that he did to reduce fuel poverty in Private Members Bill. His love of dogs is something that he made perfectly clear, making Southend a city, which happened after his death. But as a practicing Catholic, the work that he did to improve relations between the UK government and the Holy See was something very important to me. And sadly, at the time of his death, just after he was stabbed, a priest went to the scene in an emergency to deliver the last rites and was denied access by the police. So even with all of Sir David's hard work in that time of need, there was still a lack of understanding between the British state and the Catholic Church. But after his death, the police in England and Wales commissioned a review, and now members of any faith can go to give the last rites or the equivalent to somebody in that situation. It just shows that even after death, Sir David's legacy is continuing. But on a more personal level, this motion is also very important to me. When I was at school, I got a death threat from a fellow pupil on social media saying that they were going to bring a machete to the school. At the University of St Andrews, where I attended, I actually had to get security because I got a death threat from somebody unknown, but through my dorm door. And then Councillor, I think Sinclair mentioned the public meeting about people getting called to be executed. Well, I was on the stage with Councillor Patterson that night, and it was just quite shocking to hear, actually, even with everything that has happened with Joe Cox and Sir David Amos, hearing that language live and in person shook me to the core. And I have worked for a Member of Parliament, I've worked for an MSP, and actually the morning of Sir David Amos's murder, I was at a surgery with Stephen Kerr, MSP at the time, and just the thoughts of that could have been me, it could have been Stephen, could have been anyone, and it just happened, unfortunately, in Southend for Sir David. So it shows that we do have a big issue, that violence is increasing in politics, but it has no place in politics, and I'm more than happy to support Councillor Sinclair's motion. It's because enough is enough.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll go. I think Councillor Murtagh had her hand up again, and then we'll go to Bailey Kerr. Councillor Murtagh.
It was just really to offer a bit of
Okay,
information and on behalf on. Sorry, I want to continue, Provost.
Yes, can you hear you?
So yeah, just to offer a bit of information because Bailey Buchanan was mentioning about resources and what we should do, and I think one of the things about the commission, what Joe Cox Commission has put forward is there are a number of recommendations and there is advice out there. I think I've myself delivered some training on the social media aspect about what to do, and I think that perhaps this report, as Mr. Moody was saying, can bring forward some of those areas to highlight to elected members. But I did just want to say, and having been on the end of a number of threats and having had to have markers put on my home by the police that in the past over the past time being elected, I have found, even if it is limited what officers can do, I would place on record my thanks to senior officers for the support that they did offer in those instances. There was one particular instance where I had to come because of a threat that was made on social media of violence, and it was related to a decision which had been made, which I'd been involved in. And I remember very poignantly, it's that feeling of what you feel for yourself, but on a Saturday when I was on my way up to watch Stennismuir Football Club, suddenly realising that my daughter was in the house on her own, which is something that would happen as a late teenager many times, but suddenly the panic that I felt at that moment, having that threat having been made. And I think that's something which, unless you felt it, and all of us, we've mentioned some of the barriers that puts in place. And on those occasions, having gone to officers of this council, I did feel that whatever was within their power to do in the advice and the time and just to listen and to understand that was given freely. And I'm grateful for that because it did help in those situations. And I wanted to mention that so the officers are aware of that they have the ability, I think, quite often to do things which sometimes, as I said, it's not necessarily that our groups, there could be more complications, but I found officers really helpful in those circumstances. So I want to put on record my thanks in those occasions that I've had those threats. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Can I just ask some questions regarding the two parts? I fully support Councillor Sinclair's motion, supported by Councillor Devine. It's harrowing when the events took place, the two events which has already been mentioned. And when the events did happen, I received phone calls from my own family, asking if it was worth it. And I know our profile isn't as high as what the two deceased are, but the people who make these threats are not interested what level of politics you're at. There's a hatred against whether it's the person or the party, or your views, and it can't be, they can't win. With respect to the first part of Mr. Moody can clarify for me, because I hear a lot of talk about the outside influences, which Bailey Buchanan has summed up correctly. But I don't think that first part means about outside influences. I think it's talking about the internal political parties and what happens if there's intimidation, abuse, or bullying. Is that my understanding correct, or does it include the outside part as well?
Somebody.
I think, Provost, if Bailey Kerr is referring to the first section of Councillor Murtaugh's amendment,
yes.
I think it's focused on the situation within party groups rather than external issues. But to clarify, I think it's an addendum to the existing motion. So it's not there to say, other than that's an additional factor in Councillor Murtaugh's view to add.
Okay. And can I ask, with regards to the second point, and Bailey Buchanan highlighted it as well, with regards to, I wish we could have the support and the pastoral care for elected members. And I don't know if you summed up in your answer to Bailey Buchanan. I was saying that there is not a policy of support and pastoral support for members dealing with instances of intimidation, bullying and abuse. And I take it that is from internal parties, or does that include the external parties as well?
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think in relation to Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, again, I think the second part follows on from the intra-party issues which may arise. But just in relation to general support to elected members, if I could pick up on the last contribution from Councillor Murtaugh, there may not be a formal policy of providing pastoral support to members, but any member can come and speak to me, to Brian, to members of Brian's team if they have particular issues. I think the issue I was trying to highlight in my earlier answer was that there are limited legal resources available to the council to actually tackle some of these issues in the name of the council. And some of those will lie in the hands of the police or potentially in the hands of the elected member picking it up with the social media platform. But there's always the opportunity to come and discuss to the extent that that will help with council officers.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. I totally agree and I totally understand Councillor Murtaugh's addendums. I wished they would have came as a motion in itself and no came on the back of a very good motion, because I think the two of them are different. And I wish that we could have came in with a separate motion for it, because it is a a thing that everybody is aware of and everybody has been subject to. So right, thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Bill Kerr. We've got Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost Bissett. I just want to say a few words. I totally agree with the motion and words and sentiment echoed by Councillor Sinclair and other councillors here today. It's important that we all recognise that we are the face of the council, and more than often, sometimes the decisions we make are not popular with our communities. However, that does not say we should not listen, as they are the ones who elected us to make decisions on their behalf. We must have balance, we must have empathy and governance with the resource that is available. Obviously, our health and well-being is important, and whilst I see a small minority of our communities fired up, and I certainly don't want to take away from the tragic past events of Joe Cox and David Arness, which reinforces the dangers that are out there for all elected members of all tiers. We need to understand, though, with the rise of social media in the last 10 years, anonymous people on this medium can be abusive and encourages others to do the same. Also, in this election period, there's polarised views out there and trickery. People would not act like that in real time, face-to-face situation. There has obviously been challenges that have affected us all. COVID-19, political discourse, cost of living, the media that displays constant sad graphic images of war, impacts and actually affects people. And sadly, anger and blame results from that. Not to mention the rising tide of mental health issues, which could be attributed to all these reasons. However, this is not acceptable, but this is the reality out there. We as councillors are only human too, with our own personal challenges, sometimes health, family commitments, family bereavements, and sometimes conflict with our own conscience, trying to do the right thing for all in our communities. I always say, treat people the way you want to be treated, and the key to that is to be civil. And mainly we are that as a council group, whether in the arena of committees or in the closed room of group meetings, and that respect should be offered to each and one of us as councillors, regardless of political persuasion, because we are a snapshot of real people in our communities. It's important that the public see and hear us as civil to each other, or otherwise that could ricochet out to our communities, or we might spark those outcries. There needs to be strong, empathetic leadership from all of us, and that has the best interest of our communities at heart, bearing in mind the unsatisfactory financial challenges. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. Well said. So up with Councillor Hannah first, then Councillor Steinbeck.
Thank you, Provost. I want to say thank you to Councillors Sinclair and Devine for bringing forward this motion, and I want to say thank you to Councillors Murtagh and Pattison for the addendum, which I do think adds to the motion. Hatred, abuse, bullying should be called out wherever it may appear, and it seems to me that it can appear almost anywhere. Now, I have to say that I may have led a charmed life. I cannot say that I have been subjected to abuse, bullying. I won't say never, but I will say it has not been so frequent or so severe that I have the same passion as others who may have experienced personal bullying and abuse. But I think we also have to recognise that it is a minority of people who perpetrate this kind of thing, and I think we need to recognise that the majority of people don't. And I think that we should not overstate this situation. That said, I think we need to call out bullying and abuse wherever it happens. We need to look at it as a council for ourselves and for our staff, because it's not only as politicians that this kind of thing comes up. We know, we've discussed in this chamber before, the issue of teachers and other staff and how they may be subjected to bad behaviour. So I think we need to recognise it as an issue. I'm hoping that in the spirit of collaboration, we can accept both the motion and the addendum and take this forward. I think Mr. Moody has made clear that officers are well able to address the issues that have been brought forward and bring forward a report as requested in this. There is no place for hatred and abuse in politics or anywhere else in public life. And we have to call it out, and we have to tackle it in all aspects of our daily lives.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. I'll now go to Councillor Steinbach.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief, Provost. Again, I want to echo the thanks to Councillor Sinclair and Devine for bringing this motion forward. I think social media, I think the practical impact it has on our jobs as elected representatives was touched on. As a young person involved in politics, and especially at this moment of a general election campaign where myself and 7 other people are putting themselves forward for the Falkirk constituency, we know that we're putting our faces and our opinions out there to everyone in the community, a lot of whom we know will strongly disagree with us. I don't have to anticipate abuse whenever I post on social media. I know it's coming, and I know that that's the same for all of my direct political opponents, and I condemn that behaviour as well. I know that some less supportive comments can amuse some people. I know my brother, for example, keeps an eye out for ever innovative rhyming schemes with our second name, but a lot of it is serious. And I've warned those who love me not to bother looking at social media comments for their own sanity, especially at the moment. What happens when you have to take that approach? It dulls your senses to what is a serious threat and what is not. What is part and parcel of being an elected representative? What is serious critique and something that you should engage with, and what is abuse? And at the point in which you're not looking at social media, you're asking people not to look at it, we can't engage with our constituents fairly. And that is why we do need to call this out, and I absolutely agree with the terms of the motion and addendum on this. When people do disagree with you and they have the chance to look at you and I and say so, for example, at the 2 hustings events in the last couple of days I've been a part of and the one this evening, it is engaging, it is, I would say in a way, cathartic. It's helpful because you're able to have that serious discussion and talk about your disagreements, understanding that you can do so agreeably. We all want to be accessible and engage with our constituents. I'm going to do my best to not be deterred, and especially pass on that message to those who are thinking of standing for elected office. They shouldn't be deterred because their voice is valuable. And unless we challenge this practical impact currently social media abuse is having on elected representatives of all colours, that is a serious concern of getting those valuable and diverse voices. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbach. I'll go to Councillor McCabe and then Councillor Mickelson.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to thank everyone who's spoken today. I don't think there's anyone in disagreement of anything that's been said. And with that in mind, I would just point out that the motion or amendment, whatever you want to call it, it's neither really a motion or an amendment, but it's an addendum to the original motion of Councillor Sinclair from Councillor Murtagh. And I think as an indication of how this council can work collaboratively, that Councillor Murtagh's addendum could be accepted and included within the motion, just to illustrate to anyone looking in that we are minded to take care of our councillors, representatives, workers within the council. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Councillor Mickelson.
Thank you. a couple of comments from myself. In the 17, 18 years that I've been an elected member, the last couple of years in particular, there's been a societal change, and while you take up elected office and then become a publicly accessible to everyone anywhere, some of the discourse that you then have to experience is significantly changed. It's you think twice about going out for a meal with your family. You think twice about going to some events on your own. And as a woman on your own, that can be extremely challenging to be able to do without having the protection of someone else there. Your home can no longer become your safe place, your sanctuary. And very recently, that's something I've had to experience with people coming to my door in a very aggressive manner. And thankfully, I have some good neighbours who were on hand and ready, if necessary, to call the police. But that does have an impact and therefore a cost about making sure your home's secure. There is a real issue around some of the discourse around difficult decisions that in councils we have to make, and how that is then portrayed out with this chamber. We may well have our main comms, but how individuals then interact with the communities, with encouragement for mobs, and I use that word because that was used in a social media post to attend my surgeries. It was meant and intended in a very aggressive way. And Mr. Moody gave me some very good advice on that occasion, not to be there on my own, not to open up and close up on my own, and did question whether I should continue to hold surgeries in that particular venue. I have chosen to continue to do that because it's the most accessible venue and it's one of the busiest surgeries. And to be perfectly honest, that's one of the parts of the job that I actually enjoy because I feel I can make a real difference. But it does leave you feeling very exposed, and it doesn't take much for that to happen. But that's some of the experiences that's just been very recent on the back of some of the discussions that's been had in this council and some of the discourse that has then gone on, and there has been named elected members involved in that discourse. So that's why leadership within the council as a whole needs something that has to be taken on board. And remember that there's people at the back of this. What wasn't expected was my daughter-in-law, who doesn't work in Falkirk, doesn't live in Falkirk, is out with, and during the course of her work, because of her name, she was abused. So again, that is all part of the discourse that happens, and therefore they are saying to me, should you really be doing this job? So these are some real actual examples of what's happened in very recent times. I have been very lucky not to experience misogyny in my political career, except in the last few years. That is something that has become much more apparent. And I count myself lucky in that, considering I really had felt that had moved on. But my heart goes out to anyone else who has to experience that in their course of their working life in particular. But that's what the Joe Cox motion is to trying to address. And I just think we just need to be very careful and not draw too much by way of the politics in the broader sense into this, and actually look at what it is we want to achieve. Welfare and support is something that as a council we can provide, and it's something that maybe we need to have a discussion about what that might look like, and what is able to be delivered. There is also a national conversation going on about welfare and support to try and break down some of the barriers to elected office. And I think that the challenging times that we are in, that is going to become much more important because there's far more difficult decisions. And if you then become a piece of public property, that is going to potentially reflect on people's decisions and decisions to continue. So I just wanted to very briefly share that in support of the motion that's come forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we could probably all give examples of times when we struggle with stuff. I remember when I was at one of my surgeries, there was a guy came to see me, and he says, "You keep looking at me." I went, "Well, if I was looking at the ceiling, you think, well, you're not looking at me." So he kept going like that. Then he started to say he was, I'm a wee bit higher than the police, he said. He started to talk like that. He said, "I just got a phone call," and he put his hand inside his jacket, and I thought, I'm going to get shot here or something. I need to jump over the table. And then he just pulled his hand out in the shape of a gun like that. And I'd just go in and I'd go boom, boom like that. And then he just sort of switched off and he went, "I've got a problem with my chimney." And so I did a wee bit digging to find out about who he was, but he was a guy who was suffering from schizophrenia, and he hadn't been on his medication. So, but it could have turned out worse, you never know. So and when you're trying to encourage people to come in to politics, it's very difficult when you understand the online abuse you can get. I'm fairly thick-skinned, but at the same time, you get stopped in the street, or my wife will go to the shop and they'll say, "That man of yours, you need to get something done about this," or she's up the town and somebody bumps into her. So you get that all the time. Or I don't know how many. I was in the Dutch Inn one time, and somebody came up to the table and asked me something. You think it's that. So I think when it starts to, even if you're out in the front garden, somebody goes past and they'll say something to you, and you think. So it's that kind of. And online, there's so much stuff. It's just unbelievable the stuff you get. But I think it's where do you put that yourself, and how do you deal with that? And if you've not got that support, and we all deal with issues I don't know how many times I've had people coming to me, and there's been maybe issues of abuse and all the rest of it. So where do you put all that? So it's very, very difficult, and I'm really grateful to Councillor Sinclair for bringing this forward. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Sinclair to ask him if he would be willing to accept that addendum, or do we have to go to a vote?
Provost, if I can take a moment or two to sum up, that would be okay, and that'll become clear through my summing up. I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions today. I think what we've heard through the course of what's been said today is that everybody has their own story to tell, and that everybody has their own experience, be it personal or through whatever public life that they have, that everybody has had an impact in some way, shape or form by either the events that we have all been subject to or direct experience with abuse or intimidation. I think it's important to remember that the vast majority of those that we are elected here to represent are both reasonable and understanding. And it's only, as was mentioned, I think by Councillor Hannah, a small minority who engage in that behaviour. That's not to diminish the impact that behaviour has, however, because we've spoken of that today and what the consequences of that could be. And if we do not speak about this and vocalise it and openly challenge that behaviour, then we are on a course to further see the decline in societal norms. Councillor Murtaugh's addendum, while I don't believe it is the duty of council to intervene in the internal decisions or internal processes of a political party, I do see benefit in having information laid out before members in order for everybody to be aware of what support can be available, whether that is through council or through other means. And therefore I am happy and content to accept that addendum. And Councillor Devine, as my seconder, will come in and confirm that. Bailey Buchanan spoke about the weaponisation of certain things, be it a decision or weaponising social media. I think that's important, and it's relevant in this context that, again, we challenge that, because whilst the vast majority of people that come along to surgeries or stop us in the street are doing so because of our capacity and want to speak to us about something, behind an anonymous keyboard you could be saying or doing anything, and we need to challenge that. I want to finish off positively because I think that there is a positive way forward here. The part of the role of a councillor that I enjoy most, and actually the part I enjoy about life in general, is just meeting people and speaking to people, but importantly, listening to them, listening to their stories, and really paying attention to what they're saying. My family will tell you, if you were to ask any of them, that they are constantly waiting for me to catch up with them because I'm always chatting away to someone. And it can be a source of frustration, but I genuinely enjoy speaking to people and meeting people. That's what we're all here for. We're interested in our communities and we're interested in representing the people within them. But the difficulty we have is that the barriers to that is the impact of intimidation and abuse. And if I can just finally sum up by quoting Joe Cox again, where we celebrate our diversity, what surprises me time and time again as I travel around the constituency is that we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. And I think that that, in those words, speaks to a kinder and more reasonable society that everyone here should aspire to. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair.
Here, here.
I'll now go to Mr Moody to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. We had a motion and amendment moved and a motion moved and seconded. There was an amendment also moved and seconded. Councillor Sinclair has indicated that he is agreeable to adopting the amendment, and I think the only other formal step is just to have Councillor Devine's agreement to that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll have agreed that. So, but the final item is Mr Frolley is leaving the council on Friday. So I would just like to say a few words and I'll go to the group leaders as well. So Jack started his local government career on 21st October 2013 with Perth and Kinross Council as a graduate trainee in committee services. He joined Falkirk Council on the 1st of August 2014 and started work. I think he started work anyway, as a committee services officer. He became team leader on the 1st of October 2019. Jack is leaving us on this Friday to join the NHS board as secretary, and I have to say our loss is there again. He will be a great asset to the board as he has been to Falkirk Council. I have found Jack to be the utmost professional and I hold him in high regard and consider him a friend. I will personally miss him and his dry sense of humour. And he's never once called me Robert in all these years. I was told when Jack first started in the council that there was a council meeting here with an equity of votes that resulted in the cut of the cards. Unfortunately, there were no cards. So Jack ran up to the high street and purchased a pack of cards and ran back. The first card out was an ace, and Jack's comment was, is an ace high or low? Jack, I've told you personally my opinion of you, so I just want to take this opportunity to wish you well for the future in your new job. The move is the right thing for you and your family. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Jack came in to the council as a young lad. He's aged well. he's still looking pretty young. But Jack came in and I worked very closely with Jack, particularly in scrutiny panels over the years. And we almost developed and learned together. Which was a great experience, certainly from my perspective, and I hope that he found it very positive. There was always a little thing, though, that he came from Fife, and we enjoyed a little chat about football. Which we could always do, but it was nice to be able to have that chat and a good bit of banter, particularly around what teams were supporting what. But it made Jack always keep an eye on what was happening with Falkirk Football Club, and he has helped us with the greatest of sympathy through our hard times, and has helped celebrate through our more positive times. But Jack has really developed into an excellent committee officer, willing to take on responsibility, has always come forward with the appropriate challenge, certainly to elected members and to me as council leader, as an officer, and I'm sure he has done likewise within his own committee's group. but he has been a joy to work with, and I do believe that his move into NHS Frolley will be very fruitful for him and indeed for them. Thankfully, he's not going too far away, and hopefully we'll still be able to keep in contact with him. But I do wish him well in his new role, and you never know, someday he may return to Falkirk Council, but I wish you all the very best, you and your family, and your new venture.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. I'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'm mad at you, Jack. It has been a joy to work with you over the last couple of years. I love coming into the Foundry and seeing your smiling face, and it always is a smiling face. And I have enjoyed your advice. You have always given good advice. You have always been very thoughtful in terms of how you support councillors and your colleagues. And I'm going to stop there and say I'm very sorry you're leaving us, but I do hope you'll keep in touch and come back and see us.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Billy Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I'm sure Mr. Frolley will be totally embarrassed by all these speeches. Like other members, I think his wit has been
your fault.
Has been welcomed, and I think he's the influence of Mr. Moody for his guidance to Mr. Frolley. And as the Provost says, at 7 years Provost Nye has been in the council, never once has he called me James.
Called you all other things, but
and that shows the dignity and respect that he has for an elected member. No always a person as elected member is due that respect, but the office is due it. And as other people have says, you will be missed, Mr. Frolley. And I'm sure you're Mr. Miller coming in. I know he's not doing your position, but Mr. Miller's come in, and I'm sure you've gave him the same guidance as Mr. Moody gave you. The gift and the card was unnecessary. And for those online, it's not just me he's given the gift and the card to. But it's much appreciated. And Mr. Frolley, you will be missed. And I hope that the Leader of the Council's prediction will be correct. And I hope that summers are still there if you eventually do come back. So thank you very much, and best of luck to you and your family in the future, Mr. Frolley. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Billy Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I would like to wish Mr. Frolley every success in the future. He's been a very articulate and professional officer who has always tried to make sure everything was there and ready, especially with agendas for elected members, so they were prepared for meetings. You can ask no more from an officer, and I would like to thank you very much for your professionalism and your service to Falkirk Council. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll just ask if any Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I'd echo all the words that everybody has already said. I think there's a part in the standards, in the Code of Conduct for standards, which talks about how we always have to be professional with officers, and officers always have to be professional with us, but it is impossible to do our jobs in the way that we have to do without developing mutual respect and closeness in some ways and friendship. And I think that Jack is probably the one person that if I'd put up as an example of the consummate professional, as many have mentioned. But at the same time, I think everybody in this chamber shares a warmth for Jack and an appreciation for the support, the professionalism, the dry sense of humour and wit that he has always exhibited. And I would also concur that in 7 years never once called me Laura either, but yeah, probably many other things when amendments are tabled. But I did say that, you know, sharing, I'm not sure about the football passions, but I know that there are other musically related things which we share. I did say perhaps we could have done this final full council in a musical theatre theme, but nobody else was willing to take me up on it, and I'm not going to start it now. But I do hope that our paths will cross in future, and I'm sure that warmth from all councillors goes with Jack and his new adventures. So thank you for all the support you have offered over the years, Jack. You will be, as others have said, very much missed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Bailey Buchanan.
Can you hear me, Provost?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. I just echo the sentiments that everybody's spoken about. Jack's been a member of the planning team for a number of years, and we've just lost Ian Dryden, another wonderful officer, and now we're going to lose Jack. Obviously, we've got Jim and we've got Gemma, and now we've got Mr. Broadley, who is another wonderful individual. But I would just say this to Jack. Jack, I've got one word to sum you up, and it's gentleman. There's no many gentlemen going about life now, but you're a proper gentleman. You're a credit, not to the council, but you're a credit to your family, whoever brought you up, and your own family just now. You're moving on, you're moving upwards, and I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful career in front of you. So best wishes to you all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bailey Buchanan. Well said. I'll go to Jack, who's got a right to reply if he wants to make any comments.
Provost, just before we go to Mr. Frolley, I forgot a small piece. If there's a period where Mr. Frolley's, before he takes it up, his IT skills, I don't think will be needed in the health board regarding team meetings, and because he's been put under pressure on numerous occasions when we can't get connections, and I don't think that's his speciality. But he's done very, very, very well.
So if you can reply if you want, Jack.
Well, thank you, Provost, and it only breaks the habit of a career to actually speak at council. So on that basis, all I would actually like to say is thank you so much for the warm words and the tributes there. That's beyond kind of you, and only mildly undeserved. And what I would also like to say on the back of some of the discussions today is that the people of Falkirk district are so lucky to have this cohort of 30 elected members representing them, and that I know you work tirelessly day in, day out for the people who elected you. And I just hope that you keep that in mind, that there is a recognition of the work you do, and I'm grateful to have been a part of that.
Well done, Jack.
So with that concludes the council meeting. Thanks for your attendance.
Thanks, Provost.
Thanks to the chair.
Thanks. So much.